Chapter 858. Su Yin really has a lot of enemies. The world is afraid of Su Yin and doesn't dare to go to the Chaos Ruins. They are preparing to kill him in advance. Go to the Chaos Ruins? If Su Yin is really in the Milky Way, he won't be able to walk out of the Milky Way's gate. How can he compete with the other heroes? More and more experts gathered in the Milky Way. They were looking forward to the battle between the younger generation. However, the entire Milky Way was dead silent. The Zhongyu clan didn't respond. Even at the gate of the strongest training ground, a group of powerful young experts from the Zhongyu clan was suppressed by the Divine King. Su Dalong said coldly, "If you can't even withstand this little slander, how can you compete for hegemony? Your time is very limited. Cherish it. The day of hegemony won't be too far away for you." Yuan and the others were furious. Their enemy was in front of them, but they couldn't go out and fight. This was a disgrace. At the same time, it was also a motivation to move forward. They would definitely go back to the Chaos Ruins. Yuan and the others also knew that time was limited. There wasn't much time left for them. "Good brother, bear with it. We will be here soon. When the time comes, we will fight side by side and kill all the enemies in the world." Xia Jingang roared. His majestic body was like an indestructible divine pagoda, filled with surging blood essence. Although Xia Jingang and the other's strength was still a little far from the gods, with the tempering of the strongest training ground, this day wouldn't be too far away. Yuan, Tensor, the Blood Lion, and some of the Divine King's descendants had all stepped into the realm of gods. They were qualified to compete for hegemony. Yiling Tian and the others valued Yuan very much. He had obtained a supreme inheritance in the Savage Mountain. They really felt that he was a peerless martial god who could hold his own. Especially in the strongest training ground, he had obtained an incredible source of energy. Someone else is coming. What do they think this place is? Damn it. The Divine King cursed, but Su Dalong laughed. This shows that Su Yin is strong enough. Every future Overlord has to go through this. I'm worried that Su Yin will encounter too many enemies in the Chaos Ruins in the future. Yiling Tian frowned and said, "Great enemies are everywhere, and they're even the strongest of the strongest. Once they encounter them, it will be a fierce battle. However, if they join forces to attack Su Yin, the situation will be very dangerous. The struggle for hegemony in the Chaos Ruins is too difficult for Su Yin." Su Dalong and the others' hearts were heavy. They had all come for Su Yin. Was this the dangerous path of invincibility? At this moment, a myriad of divine flames were burning in the starry sky outside the Outer Realm. It was like an exalt of the Tao of fire that was born from the chaos, and its might shook the world. At the instant it emerged, its blazing aura burned space to the point it was riddled with holes. It was a resplendent sun in the sky, radiating boundless light. Behind it, 9 great suns lined up, giving Sun Dome peerless battle prowess. He was heroic and vigorous, like a sovereign in the darkness. An old antique of the Divine Firmament sect was shocked. The origin of the flame of primal chaos had really been obtained by King Flash. The older generation of heavenly gods felt like their bodies were about to explode. It was extremely difficult for them to withstand the terrifying light released from Sun Dome's body. Sun Dome actually came too. Does he have a grudge against Su Yin? Sun Dome and Su Yin also have some grudges. It said that back in the Divine Spirit Mountain Range, Su Yin snatched away Sun Dome's supreme treasure. Sun Dome is very terrifying. After fusing with the origin of the flame of primal chaos, he will definitely become a peerless expert that can sweep through the 8 desolates' 10 lands in the future. Another invincible young overlord has been born. There's a lot of discussion here. The North Yao, King Flash, Sun Dome, and Ingjia, the 3 peak races had all arrived. However, the next storm that came surging over shocked the world. A terrifying Ingjia came down south like an emperor of men. He was high and mighty, looking down on millions of geniuses. His body released a world-shaking aura that could dominate the world. Emperor Nan, The appearance of this person made the experts overseeing the ancestral hall suspicious. Back then, the great Luo royal lord had obstructed the ancestral hall's ancient ancestor. They had not settled this matter with the great Luo dynasty. But now, what was Emperor Nan doing here? In the end, a rumor spread and caused an uproar. Su Yin had saved one of Emperor Nan's peerless generals, and Luo Li had followed Su Yin into battle. Now, Emperor Nan had come to avenge the humiliation for back then. Back then, the great Luo royal lord had obstructed the ancestral hall's ancient ancestor to sever the karma. It seems like the karma has been severed. Now that Emperor Nan has come, it is enough to represent the entire great Luo dynasty. He also wants to turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk with the ancestral hall. That's right. The day of heroes fighting for supremacy has not officially arrived yet. There is no need for the great Luo dynasty to make a great enemy. Su Yan's enemies are everywhere. He wants to make the entire world his enemy. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to take even a single step in the chaos ruins. Many people were shocked. Even now, the ancestral hall, Zhu Tian, and the mysterious young supreme of the Dark Nether race had not appeared. They were the main event. However, before they arrived, some people had already said that Su Yin had made the entire world his enemy. If Zhu Tian and the others were to join in, who could stop this terrifying situation? This is crazy. The news spread like wildfire. The myriad domains were in an uproar. Had Madman Su made the entire world his enemy? How can they be so crazy? Even now, we don't know whether Su Yin is dead or alive. Why are they all standing out? Ha, don't you know? Someone is saying that in these 10 years, the era where Madman Su rebuked the world belongs to him. Who says that? They really don't mind blowing things up. This is equivalent to saying that the various geniuses are just foils on Su Yan's rise. Now, they are unwilling to accept this and are heading to the Milky Way. They want to destroy this, saying before the chaos ruins open. That's right. Su Yin is a descendant of a declining race. The various peak races are disgusted with the world's evaluation of Su Yin. They want to reverse everything. Su Yin is indeed terrifying. He rose again, and each time he killed his way to peerless glory. However, in this situation where he is invincible, does he still dare to contend for supremacy in the chaos ruins? The entire world was in an uproar. The impact of this matter was too great. Once this group of people made a move, then a large number of experts would also head to the Milky Way. This struggle for supremacy had not started yet, but it had already progressed to this stage. This made the experts of various races feel apprehensive. In the Medicine Valley, these beautiful ladies were discussing spiritedly. They felt that Su Yin was really pitiful. He had actually provoked a situation where dragons would devour tigers. This kind of killing intent that originated from the universe was like an invisible pressure. Just this kind of power alone could suppress the geniuses until they could not raise their heads. Who would dare to head to the chaos ruins under such circumstances? However, Su Yan's place of seclusion was solemn and dignified. His figure was magnificent, and there was a kind of domineering aura quietly emanating from him. Su Yan's aura was getting stronger and stronger. After stepping into the sixth firmament of the divine spirit realm, he had developed a peerless belief. This kind of pressure that originated from the universe not only did not crush Su Yin, but also made his aura more and more turbulent. His aura was completely different. Liang Yan found it difficult to approach his place of seclusion. Su Yin was accumulating his strength, waiting for the moment to truly release it. This meant that he had embarked on a ferocious journey. Su Yin decided not to leave. Since he had nowhere to go, he might as well sit in seclusion and wait for the chaos ruins passageway to appear. He would then charge straight in and kill his way in. Since I'm invincible, I'll kill until the world is silent. Young paragons, leaders of various races, if they dare provoke me, I'll kill them all. Su Yan's eyes constantly emitted cold lightning. He wanted to live on. Since so many people wanted to kill him, be it to establish dominance or seek revenge, Su Yin had no reason to fear the various monarchs of the world. He was also looking forward to this day. The blood of war naturally flowed in his body. Su Yin crazily devoured the chaos heaven's essence energy. This was extremely beneficial to cultivation. Although there was not much left in the cosmic furnace, it was enough for Su Yin to cultivate to the 8th firmament of the divine realm. Cultivation in the divine realm was relatively slow. He spent a month to go from the 6th firmament of the divine realm to the perfected realm. If others were to know of this scene, they would probably be scared half to death. Even Ingjia, who was a pinnacle member of a race, needed a year to accumulate. Even the heritage Su Yin needed was sufficiently freakish. However, with the chaos heaven's essence energy in his grasp, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, Su Yin smiled bitterly. He originally believed that he could advance to the 8th firmament of the divine realm, but the batch of resources could only help him cultivate to the 7th firmament of the divine realm. On this day, the Medicine Valley suddenly spread out. Waves of powerful energy waves were powerful and mighty. This aura appeared ancient and powerful as it emitted rich chaos forces. Just as it was about to fill the entire Herbal Valley, it was instantly blocked by the Herbal Valley's protective array. There's an expert. The Divine King is an expert. Su Yin awoke from his seclusion. His eyes suddenly opened as they emitted a cold beam. Had his enemies come knocking on his door? The women in the Herbal Valley were also at a loss. A group of people with powerful auras had arrived outside the mountain gate. In particular, the leader of the group was a doddering old expert. The slight energy fluctuations he emitted had already made their faces pale. This was the Divine King. However, why would such an expert come to a small Herbal Valley? Who are you people? Liang Yan hurriedly walked out, thinking that Su Yan's enemies had found this place. These people stood outside the Herbal Valley and did not break the array. On the contrary, the group of young people looked at Liang Yan and whispered to each other. Liang Yan frowned. Although she had a gentle temperament, these young people were staring at her and sizing her up. Anger immediately surfaced in her heart. You're Liang Yan? Su Yin was a little surprised. He did not expect a familiar person to stand out from the crowd. It was He Shengjie. What were the people from the Tao Church doing here? Even He Shengjie's group of people had powerful auras. They were young experts who could hold their own in the younger generation. He Shengjie was even an outstanding disciple of the Tao Church. I am. Liang Yan frowned slightly as she stared at these people and said, Who are you people? Why did you barge into my Herbal Valley? Ha, we are family. Miss Yan, please don't be angry. He Shengjie's words made Liang Yan's body tremble slightly. She thought of something. What was to come would come in the end. What are you doing here? Liang Yan asked. At the same time, she opened the Herbal Valley's array. These people came one after another. Some young men and women were still sizing Liang Yan up, and some women were jealous. He Shengjie walked forward and smiled. Miss Yan, my cousin was going to come here personally. However, he has something important to do in the Milky Way, so he asked me to change my route and come to pick you up. When the time comes, we will go to the Chaos Ruins together. I don't plan to go to the Chaos Ruins. Liang Yan was a little uncomfortable. He did not ask for her opinion and asked her to go to the Chaos Ruins. He Shengjie and the others were stunned. Was Liang Yan rejecting them? Liang Yan, an outstanding woman, stood out. He Jing'er could not help but say, The Sagely Battle God asked us to invite you personally. Are you sure you don't want to go? Do you know what you are rejecting? Speaking of the Sagely Battle God, He Shengjie and the others were solemn. He was the most powerful person in the younger generation of the He clan. At the same time, he was also a peerless talent in the Taoist temple. He was known as the Sagely Battle God at such a young age. One could imagine how powerful he was. His prestige in the Chaos Ruins was not inferior to the 4 Heavenly Supremes. He was one of the most powerful people in the younger generation. In fact, the He clan could not understand why the Sagely Battle God had chosen Liang Yan. Their status and identity were not on the same level. In terms of appearance, the Sagely Battle God had many admirers who were more beautiful than him. However, the sagely battle god had chosen Liang Yan at the deity's spiritual mountain. The Liang clan did not have any objections to the sagely battle god's potential. How can my disciple not go? At this moment, Yu Chui arrived and said with a smile, since the sagely battle god invited her, Yin will definitely go. It's not time yet. You guys came too early. I have given her many tasks that she hasn't completed yet. Greetings, senior. He Xingjie and the others came forward to greet her. A medicine refiner in the Divine King's domain had a very high status and identity. He Xingjie smiled and said, "It seems that I did not explain clearly just now. The sagely battle god is preparing to enter the chaos ruins with Miss Yan when the passage is opened." Why haven't I seen the sagely battle god? Yu Chui was also very enthusiastic. At the same time, she stared at Liang Yan. Why was this girl so disappointing? Did she not know what the sagely battle god represented? The sagely battle god went to the Milky Way. He said that he wanted to see how powerful Su Yin is, someone replied. The atmosphere in the Medicine Valley was a little quiet. Everyone knew about Su Yin. He was the most powerful person in the world. Even the Divine King had defeated many of them. The most powerful clans had suffered great losses at his hands. The change in the Demon Court and the tragic incident in the Corpse Blood Sea had forged Su Yan's peerless reputation. Everyone was shocked when they talked about him. However, now that he was facing a situation where the entire world was his enemy, some experts did not want him to step into the Chaos Ruins. They wanted to kill his invincible legend before he entered the Chaos Ruins. The Milky Way could be said to be a gathering of storms. The young experts of various clans had gathered here. After all, a month had passed. The storm of enemies was getting fiercer and fiercer. Su Yan's reputation was too terrifying. Even if he avoided the battle, no one dared to say that he was not strong enough. Why? Does the sagely battle god have a grudge against Su Yan? Yu Chui was a little surprised. She also knew this young expert of the burial realm. He was a famous figure in the universe in recent years. There were many legends about his rise. Hearing this, a group of young disciples of the He clan laughed. Someone said, "Senior, you must be joking. No matter how strong Su Yin is, he is not in the same domain as the sagely battle god of our He clan." One big chapter. Tomorrow is the new year. The new year is getting closer and closer. The clear sky wedding is approaching. For a long time, it will be difficult for new updates to appear. The big event of life requires a lot of preparation. Plus, it's the new year. All the brothers who have been married before understand. Haha, the wedding is on the new year. I hope everything goes well. I wish you all a happy new year in advance. Forget all the troubles of the past 18 years and welcome the new year. Chapter 859. Everyone from the He family became solemn when they talked about the sagely battle god. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. To be able to be called the sagely battle god, one could imagine how powerful he was. He was undoubtedly an overlord of the younger generation. He would definitely be one of the most powerful figures in the future. Our sagely battle god has fought with the North Demon and Emperor Nan before. A lady said proudly, "There are very few experts in the younger generation who are worthy of his attention. Su Yin is not an overlord. He is not worthy of the sagely battle god's attention." That's right. Although He Xingjie knew Su Yin well, there was still a gap between him and the sagely battle god. He smiled and said, "The sagely battle god went to the Milky Way for a secret realm in the Chaos Ruins. He is going to invite Emperor Nan and the other top experts to explore the secret realm together." Oh, Yu Chui was shocked. It seemed like the sagely battle god had a relationship with Emperor Nan and the other top experts in the world. They were even going to explore a secret realm together. This was terrifying and shocking. He Xingjie did not say what it was, but it was definitely important. Once it was spread out, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. By the way, Miss Yin, He Xingjie smiled and said to Liang Yan, "I see that you have not stepped into the godly realm yet. This is a treasure that the sagely battle god found in a secret realm. He asked me to give it to you as a gift. It will definitely be very helpful for your cultivation." He Xingjie took out a small cauldron that was as white as jade. It was carved with dragons and phoenixes. It was of excellent quality, and it was filled with the aura of the Tao. This was a jade cauldron used to store treasures. The item that was sealed inside made Yu Chui smile. A ray of qi of origin that was shaped like a small dragon was swimming in the cauldron. It was filled with a shocking energy that could pierce through the heavens and suppress the stars in the sky. A qi of origin that is about to reach the supreme realm. It is extremely powerful. Yu Chui was grinning from ear to ear. She said, "Sagely Battle God, you are so thoughtful. This year, I was also worried about what my disciple needed to break through. I didn't expect Sagely Battle God to give me such a high-grade origin energy." The group of beautiful women in the Medicine Valley were all envious. This kind of resource was too rare and precious. It was extremely difficult to measure its value with money. But now, the Sagely Battle God had taken it out and given it to Liang Yan. Needless to say, the Sagely Battle God was really generous. He valued Liang Yan greatly. "I don't deserve it." Liang Yan was slightly startled. She said, "This thing is too valuable. I can't accept it." The He clan's people frowned. If Liang Yan had accepted the Sagely Battle God's gift, it would mean that she had no objections. However, she had rejected it directly. "Are you complaining that the quality of origin energy is not high enough?" He Jing'er, who had always been jealous of Liang Yan, frowned and said unhappily, "This is a strand of origin energy that is about to evolve to the extreme grade. Your Liang family can't get it no matter how much you pay. You actually rejected it." "You misunderstood." Liang Yan glanced at the aggressive He Jing'er and felt a bit annoyed. He said, "My family has already prepared the items for me to break through. Although my Liang family is not a big family, we can still take out origin energy." Yu Chui felt helpless. Why did Liang Yan suddenly become so stubborn? Did she really not care about the Sagely Battle God? "I really want to see what grade of origin energy your Liang family has prepared for you," He Jing'er said aggressively. She didn't think this woman was good enough for the Sagely Battle God. "You." Liang Yan clenched her fists. "Shut up." He Shengjia's face darkened. He stared at He Jing'er and said to Liang Yan, "Miss Yan, please don't be offended. The Sagely Battle God spent a lot to find this origin energy for you. If you don't accept it, we won't be able to explain it." "Why are you staring at me?" He Jing'er wasn't afraid of her. She said sarcastically, "I'm telling the truth. To put it bluntly, Liang Yan, your cultivation is very low. You need to break through to the godly spirit realm as soon as possible." He Jing'er's words were a little hurtful. Yu Chui was also a little angry. However, she didn't know what to say. She was worried that if Liang Yan really went to their family in the future, she would make things difficult for Liang Yan because of her. "What do you mean?" Liang Yan was furious. She had a gentle personality, but she was so angry that her body was shaking. Was she looking down on her because she wasn't strong enough and was embarrassing the Sagely Battle God? Nothing. The Sagely Battle God is the famous peerless Ingjia in the Chaos Ruins. He Jing'er sneered. She knew that no matter whether it was strength or status, the Sagely Battle God was too far away. However, Liang Yan still couldn't see the truth. This was her fault. Damn it. They are here to humiliate Senior Sister. This is too much. How can they say that about Senior Sister? My Senior Sister is a famous alchemist. She has countless suitors. She doesn't need the Sagely Battle God. That's right. The Sagely Battle God didn't say much. Instead, his family members are talking nonsense. If Senior Sister really marries into their family, won't she be bullied in the future? The young ladies in the valley were all furious. Who could stand such humiliation? They all wanted to stand out and fight for Liang Yan. So what if he is the peerless Ingjia? Suyin suddenly walked out, pointed at He Jing'er, and angrily rebuked, "My clan's Liang Yan has provoked you. You keep speaking rudely. Who do you think you are?" "Who are you?" Yu Chui was stunned by the sudden appearance of the man. She said to He Jing'er angrily, "Who asked you to say that? So what if he is the peerless Ingjia? What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on the Sagely Battle God?" "She is my sister," Su Yin said coldly. "I am her cousin." Liang Yan was very anxious. She was really worried that Su Yin would suddenly go crazy and kill them all. So you're from the Liang family. He Jinger didn't suspect Su Yan's identity. She laughed coldly. You don't even want an extreme grade origin energy. Your Liang family is so rich. You have a nerve to take out such a thing. Su Yan laughed coldly. Sister Yan, didn't the family prepare an extreme grade origin energy for you? Take it out and let them see. What? He Xingjie and the others were shocked. Liang Yan had extreme grade chaotic origin energy? Even the entire He family probably didn't have such an item. Even if they did, the other disciples wouldn't be able to get it. Even Yu Chu Wei was stunned. Her good disciple had such a terrifying treasure. Liang Yan was very obedient. She took it out and showed it to them. He Xingjie and the others stopped talking. He Jinger's eyes were red. She didn't even have such an item. Why did Liang Yan have such a good treasure? However, this slap in the face was too painful. He Xingjie and the others were speechless. They couldn't be bothered to say anything to He Jinger. Liang Yan had already left her some face by not taking it out. Now, she really had an even better resource to break through. Did you see it clearly? Su Yin pretended to be calm. He put his hands behind his back and scolded, Don't think that what you took out is amazing. My Liang family also has experts and the Divine King. It's just an extreme grade origin energy. What's so great about it? Don't forget that it's your He family's sagely battle god who is pursuing Liang Yan. If you think that my sister isn't good enough for the sagely battle god, just leave. Liang Yan was confused. Did their Liang family have an expert like the Divine King? However, Su Yan's strong attitude made He Xingjie and the others red in the face. What could they say? After all, he was Liang Yan's cousin. It was right for him to stand up for his sister. Moreover, the two of them weren't engaged yet. Cousin, you're treating us like outsiders. He Xingjie quickly walked up to smooth things over. We didn't mean that. We won't bully Miss Yan. You can rest assured about this. Your family's threshold is really high. I'll go back and discuss this with the patriarch. If our clan's most outstanding daughter is really bullied after marrying into the He family, it'll be terrible. We can't agree to this marriage. Su Yan's words made He Xingjie's face turn green. If this matter were to spread to the sagely battle god, they wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. He Jing didn't dare to say anything. If the sagely battle god was really angry because of this matter, she would also suffer. The He family's divine king, who had been silent all this while, smiled. Jing Er's temper is a little rash. She can't represent the entire He family. Since you're a member of the Liang family, I think you should go to the primal chaos ruins together. I believe the sagely battle god won't disappoint you. That's right. Why don't you come with us? He Xingjie also invited Li. He felt that this cousin of his was looking down on the sagely battle god. However, it wasn't surprising. They only knew about the supreme heavens in the universe. They didn't know about the various overlords in the primal chaos ruins. The sagely battle god wasn't just the strongest person in the He family. He was also a peerless genius in the Taoist temple. His talent was praised by many of the elders in the Taoist temple. They said that he would definitely achieve great things in the future. When the sagely battle god returns from the Milky Way, he will go directly to the primal chaos ruins. That passageway is about to open. He Xingjie smiled and said, The passageway that opens first has the 10 primal chaos divine mountains. Without absolute strength, it's impossible to climb the primal chaos divine mountains. Some of the He family members felt that Su Yin didn't understand the primal chaos divine mountains. They immediately said, The primal chaos divine mountains are the most important place for the opening of the primal chaos ruins. Climbing to the top will allow one to step into the realm of the gods. Without the young overlords leading the way, it's impossible to stand at the top of the mountains. It's not just a young overlord who can open the passageway. Only an invincible existence like the sagely battle god can do it. Liang Yan plucked up her courage and said, Brother, come with us. Right now, Su Yan's identity was too sensitive. Reaching the primal chaos ruins safely was the most important thing for Su Yan now. Don't tell me he doesn't want to go. Is he afraid that the sagely battle god will punish him? He Jinger sneered in her heart. She didn't dare to say it out loud. Of course I'll go with you. Su Yin nodded and replied, "It's inevitable that I'll be bullied by outsiders." He Jinger's face was extremely dark. She didn't dare to refute. "I know a little about the primal chaos divine mountain." Yu Chui walked out and started the conversation. "It's said that there's a primal chaos divine mountain. It's one of the 9 legendary celestial mountains, the primal chaos divine mountain." Su Yan's heart shook. He didn't expect to receive such an important piece of information. Chapter 860. When this topic was brought up, He Xingjie and the rest were all envious. The 9 great celestial mountains had been passed down for a very long time. It was said that each celestial mountain contained immeasurable fortunes. There was also a rumor in the cultivation world. It was said that when the Chaos Ruins opened, one of the 10 great Chaos Divine Mountains appeared. It was one of the 9 great celestial mountains. It was said that as long as one ascended the Chaos Immortal Mountain and used it to pass through the chaos, one would be able to cultivate into an infinitely terrifying divine realm. Of course, this rumor was extremely difficult to prove. Even if there were a group of people breaking through on the Chaos Immortal Mountain, the news would not be leaked. So far, it was extremely difficult to prove this matter. Rumor has it that the 9 great celestial mountains are related to the Burial Clan. They are related to the Buried Regions clan. This clan is truly ancient and mysterious. That's right, it has been passed down for a long time. Unfortunately, it has declined too much. Now, only Su Yin can take charge of the younger generation. This clan has really declined to the extreme. If not for the fact that there is no almighty person guarding it, it would not have survived. I'm afraid that the clan would have been destroyed and completely destroyed. Although the He clan was a famous and powerful clan in the Primal Chaos Ruins, they were only inferior to the Colossal Orthodoxy. However, they did not have the qualifications to belittle the Burial Realm clan. Although the Burial Realm clan had declined, the strength of the Burial Realm clan was a fact. Some time ago, an almighty was killed by the old leader. This clan was extremely fierce. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Burial clan. The 3 great orthodoxies wanted to take action and destroy the Burial clan. Especially now, the young geniuses of various orthodoxies were arriving frequently. King Flash and the others were so popular that they wanted to challenge Su Yin. No one thought that the Burial clan would have a chance to rise. Even leaving the Milky Way was a big problem. "Little friend, I don't care who you are. Your life was saved by Yen. I hope you don't harm her." "Yeah, and is a kind child. I don't want her to be hurt." Yu Chui suddenly transmitted her voice to Su Yin. Previously, she secretly asked the disciples of the Medicine Valley about Su Yan's background. She did not expect him to be the man who came to the Medicine Valley with serious injuries a few months ago. This made Yu Chui feel that he had a close relationship with Liang Yan. "Senior, you must be joking. I'm not an ungrateful person," Su Yin replied. "I'm relieved to hear that. When we reach the Chaos Ruins, I believe you'll know what to do." Yu Chui hoped that Liang Yan would have a good home in the future. The potential of the sagely battle god was undeniable. She did not want anything bad to happen between the sagely battle god and Liang Yan because of Su Yin. After all, no man would allow the woman he liked to be so close to another man. Su Yin shrugged helplessly. In fact, Yu Chui was also very curious about Su Yan's identity. She even suspected that Su Yin was the one who had given her the supreme grade primal chaos origin energy. But after thinking about it, she shook her head. That was simply impossible. The thing was so precious. Who would be willing to give it away? All right, it's time for us to set off. As far as I know, the Chaos Ruins will open within this month. We still have to hurry, so let's not waste any more time. The Divine King of the He clan spoke. He waved his sleeves, and an astonishing battleship landed in the Medicine Valley. The ancient battleship flowed with primal chaos light and emitted a powerful energy. It could easily cross mountains and rivers. The group stepped onto the battleship and began their journey towards the edge of the universe. This journey was very long, and they would not be able to reach their destination in just a few days. They've left. The valley quieted down. These women gathered together and looked in the direction where the battleship had left. Someone prayed, "I really hope that senior sister can find a good home. No matter if it's Sagely Battle God or Big Cousin, I hope that senior sister's life will be smooth sailing." They all nodded. They especially hoped that Liang Yan would be safe in the future and would not be harmed in any way. "Why Big Cousin?" A woman was curious. She mumbled, "Isn't he senior sister Yan's brother? They are related by blood." "You believe that too?" Someone rolled her eyes and said, "I think that Big Cousin's background is not simple. Don't forget that half a year ago, Grandpa Yan came and complained that he did not have a high-quality origin energy." These women suddenly realized that it was very likely that Big Cousin had taken out that item. However, an expert who could casually take out a top-grade origin energy must have a terrifying background. "You guys say." Suddenly, a woman whispered, "Could Big Cousin be Su Yin?" These women fell silent and then became terrified. They still remembered that when Su Yin came to the Medicine Valley with serious injuries, he said that his name was Su Yin. Thinking about it carefully, it was terrifying. There was only a month between when he was seriously injured and when Su Yin escaped from the corpse blood sea. They were secretly shocked. During this period of time, Liang Yan had also been paying attention to Su Yan's matters in the universe. The possibility of this was very high, but they did not dare to make wild guesses. If they were careless and leaked the news, it would bring disaster to the Medicine Valley. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Senior sister is gone, so we can relax." An active person said excitedly, "We haven't gone out in a long time. How about we take a look at the treasure-gathering merchant union?" "Little girl, don't think that I don't know what you want to do. Which senior brother have you taken a fancy to? Quickly tell us. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just going to take a look. I'm just curious." These women giggled and chattered nonstop. They were very happy. As for the treasure-gathering merchant union, 10 days ago, they had suddenly opened shops in several of the popular ancient cities in the Pill domain. Because the products they sold were special, the treasure-gathering merchant union was now very popular. Many merchant unions saw a business opportunity and were jealous of the treasure-gathering merchant union's overnight popularity. However, when these merchant unions really started to operate and investigate, they were truly dumbfounded. Who would be so generous to open shops in hundreds of starfields? The amount of money spent was unimaginable. Only a peak clan could support such a thing, right? The treasure-gathering merchant union opened too suddenly. It had even spread across hundreds of bustling starfields. In just half a month, it had become popular throughout the cultivation world. "I regret it. I should have invested more. The potential is too terrifying." Now, there are already merchant unions that have started to imitate them. However, it will take some time for them to produce and sell the goods. "It's okay." Miss Xioning said that dozens of goods will be taken out within 3 years. 3 years is enough for the treasure-gathering merchant union to build up a strong foundation. Hokuto and the great beings of the space behemoths were overjoyed. They were earning like crazy. It was a robbery. The daily volume of transactions was terrifying. Coupled with the travel problems, it was extremely difficult to calculate the total amount of profits. Fortunately, they were well prepared. Each merchant union had a great being of the universe overseeing it, which prevented many troubles. Big Dipper Starfield, Alcade City. This was the headquarters of the treasure-gathering merchant union. The Cosmos Business Alliance's branch had long been driven out by Hokuto. The former Cosmos Business Alliance had become the treasure-gathering merchant union. Zi Xioning returned to her old place and lay in her room. She vaguely remembered the first time she met Su Yin. Is this guy dead or alive? There's still no response. Her long purple hair was sparkling and translucent. Her coquettish face flashed with a touch of worry. She wore a sexy red cheongsam and was full of femininity. Her every move exuded a mature and seductive aura. She rubbed her tired eyelids. These days, she had no time to rest at all. She had been counting the good news from various starfields. The originally dry capital had begun to expand at a terrifying speed. The treasure-gathering merchant union had succeeded. They would definitely earn a huge fortune in the future. Those sexy and enchanting clothes had already caused a storm in the merchant union. By a lot of raw materials? Star Element was stunned. If so, the goods won't be able to keep up. Even if we continue to invest, it'll be very difficult to consume a large amount of raw materials. Hearing this, Xioning said in a low voice, "The merchant unions will react very quickly. Our treasure-gathering merchant unions foundation can't compete with them. We'll buy a lot of raw materials and sell them at a higher price later." Star Element was moved. This was disrupting the market, but it would require a huge amount of capital. The early stages would be very difficult. Xioning didn't plan to take out the money from the merchant union in 1 or 2 years. They still had many new goods to introduce and attract attention. After all, the replicability of these things was too high. Thus, she had set her sights on the raw materials market. However, the universe was vast. To disrupt the market price would require a terrifying amount of capital. Celestial Yuan hurried back to report. The old Celestial Lord didn't hesitate at all and directly negotiated with the God Kings of the Starry Sky behemoths. The two groups took out 100,000 chaos treasures, which was the same as emptying their family's reserves. This is crazy. Star Element was speechless. However, they would really have a source of wealth in the future. Even if the younger generation of the two tribes didn't have enough resources, they could spend enough resources to buy all kinds of rare treasures unearthed from the Chaos Ruins. Xioning was moved. She didn't expect the old Star Lord to be so bold. Even the Cosmos Business Alliance wouldn't take out 100,000 chaos treasures so easily. We've taken out all our assets. Now, all the families in the universe are preparing to fight for hegemony in the Chaos Ruins. The various tribes will also sell large amounts of their assets to raise funds. Now is the best time to enter the market. Xioning solemnly took out a star field map. This item was so valuable that even several Divine King weapons couldn't exchange for it. They wouldn't even sell top-grade Chaos Origin Energy. This was a star field map that the Cosmos Business Alliance had spent countless years to carve out in the vast universe. It included thousands of star fields and included the trading locations of the various star fields. With this item, they could save a lot of time on purchasing raw materials. Time flew by. With each passing day, the pressure in the universe increased by a bit. News of the Chaos Ruins spread like wildfire throughout the universe. Even the Almighty believed that the Chaos Ruins opening this time wasn't simple. This was because the Chaos Ruins opening continued to cause a terrifying commotion. Billions of chaos lights were reflected, and overflowing waves surged, shaking the heavens and the earth. Many secret realms appeared, and at least 6 types of incomplete universes revealed their traces. This was something that had never happened before. This was just the beginning. Perhaps the Chaos Ruins would really be fully open this time. When Su Yan's group was still very far from their destination, the speed of the battleship slowed down. Even He family's Divine King was moved. A golden age was really coming. As they crossed the vast starry sky, 10 days passed. The Chaos Ruins' boiling extent became more and more terrifying. Finally, on this day, billions of divine sounds exploded, shaking the past, present, and future, shaking the long river of time. The universe's star fields lit up, and all the older generation experts paled. Seeing the speed of the primal Chaos Ruins being unsealed, all sorts of terrifying universe secret realms were ignited, and the 10 magnificent, incomplete universes were ignited. It was as if the once invincible dojos were floating on the surface of the water. Endless fortunes were included in these secret realms. They were reflected in the surging chaos waves, shocking the world. The strongest fortunes of the epochs have appeared. The Chaos Ruins are in full bloom, and the supreme orthodoxies buried in the long river of time and space will surface. A terrifying golden age, unprecedented. This is the end of the 12 epochs of the universe. This is the end of a great epoch. This is the arrival of the strongest era. The universe's races were in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "What kind of god can dominate the past, present, and future?" Chapter 861. In the boundless myriad realms, the horn of war resounded. In the vast universe, star fields were everywhere. It was as if endless continents were floating in the dark universe, emitting light that illuminated the entire universe. This was a great momentum that had accumulated over the years. Because of the unsealing of the chaos ruins, it began to shake. Boom! All races were filled with the flames of war, emitting powerful beliefs. In the eyes of the people, all sorts of brilliant lights appeared in the chaos ruins. They saw blurry mystic realms hidden in the chaos, grand incomplete universes, rare medicines rooted in the chaos. There were countless fortunes and supreme precious materials that could be found. Perhaps one could find supreme treasures that had been lost throughout history. There were even people who saw a celestial palace faintly discernible within the primal chaos. Without a doubt, this was a Tao right that had been buried in the primal chaos ruins. Too much was buried in the chaos ruins. Even now, no one had been able to dig out the truth. Now that the chaos ruins were completely unsealed, all the mystic realms lit up, and the incomplete universes floated to the surface. This matter caused a great commotion, shaking all the sects in the world. There was nothing more shocking than this situation. The ancestral hall was resplendent. A battleship set off as Zhu Tian embarked on his journey. My clan Zhu Tian has finally appeared. The past Zhu Tian's invincible imprint will accompany this generation's Zhu Tian to the peak. The Zhu Tian's imprint has completely erupted. Who can compete with the geniuses of the myriad sects? This generation's Zhu Tian will be our ancestral hall's most glorious Zhu Tian. The experts of the ancestral hall were agitated. This was their clan's strongest hero. They were looking forward to this generation's Zhu Tian erupting with the strongest combat strength of the past Zhu Tian, contending for hegemony and seizing the title of #1 in this era. In the distant Buddhist domain, Buddhist light was like a sea. All the temples shone and tens of thousands of bells rang. It was divine to the extreme. Countless great Buddha phantoms sat cross-legged in the void, chanting the wondrous sounds of Buddhism. The entire Buddhist domain seemed supreme. A dusty, ancient temple shone. A figure stepped out, shining with boundless Buddhist light. He stepped through the starry sky, one step after another, heading into outer space. West Buddha. Along the way, everyone who saw him turned pale with fright. The Buddhist realm's Western Buddha was rumored to have unparalleled battle prowess. His magic power was monstrous, and he even had the heavenly Buddha body of the Buddhist realm. He was the strongest of the younger generation in the entire Buddhist realm, and he had also embarked on this journey. Among the 4 heavenly supremes, the Eastern demon is the most mysterious. I wonder if he has come out yet. The experts who saw West Buddha were all shocked. They were also discussing among themselves. Among the 4 supremes of the past, East Devil was the most mysterious, while West Buddha was the most unfathomable. Boom! In a certain bustling ancient city, blood clouds suddenly covered the sky. A tragic aura overflowed into the heavens, as if a demon's lair had opened. Blood-red light rushed out, tearing apart the great stars of the universe and shattering the universe. The entire ancient city trembled, all of them intimidated by a single shadow, about to collapse and disintegrate. There were also sounds of footsteps approaching, as though they were trampling on the hearts of humans. That was a shadow that returned from purgatory. It was as though the 9 heavens and 10 earths had been severed. Only the true devil domain he was in had transformed into an invincible seal that suppressed the world. All the living beings in the ancient city trembled. They were all frightened out of their wits by the murderous intent emitted from his body. He directly made a move to suppress the strongest expert in the ancient city. Wearing a suit of dark armor, he coldly said, "Among the younger generation of the universe, who is the most famous one now?" This heavenly deity was so scared that he was about to pee his pants. His voice trembled as he said, "It's Madman Su, no? Su Yan. Su Yan." In the darkness, only he existed eternally. The true devil domain suppressed the universe and the earth. He coldly said, "I hope you don't disappoint me." When this person left, many cracks appeared in the ancient city. The strongest expert in the city coughed out blood continuously. His eyes were filled with fear. He is the Eastern demon. This devil lord has come out of seclusion. The world is going to be in chaos. Who will the golden age tremble for? These people seem to have seen that in the future, there would be a person who would destroy the myriad Tao and dominate the world. The living beings in the ancient city were terrified. Although these years were known as the era of Madman Su, there was a period of time before that when the Eastern demon reigned supreme under the heavens. He had once massacred an ancient life star, burying millions of lives, and entered the Tao through killing. No one knew the origin of the Eastern demon or his orthodoxy. They only knew that this person was a killing god of a generation. As time passed, he was known as the Eastern demon. In the distant land of blood, not long after Feng Kuan of the Feng family set out, the sea of corpse blood suddenly trembled. The world was dark red, the heavens wept blood, and the great Tao wailed. Even a red-haired tornado was stirred up. The entire Feng family acted as if they were facing a great enemy. It was a kind of endless abyss-like aura that was slowly awakening. It was as if a peerless great calamity that had been sleeping for an era had recovered some vitality. However, just this aura alone was enough to cause a corner of the universe to explode. Then, the experts of the Feng family saw a blood coffin rush out, causing everyone in the Feng family to cry out in alarm. A mysterious creature had rushed out from the sea of corpse blood, and it seemed to be heading towards the primal chaos ruins. So much so that in the Z-Way segmentum, within a sealed bipolar star, a golden woman suddenly walked out. She was exceptionally beautiful, and her head of golden hair danced in the wind. She was like a goddess of the sun as she walked out step by step from this land of death. Behind her, a bronze weapon tree shone brightly. It automatically absorbed the energy of the universe. Wherever it passed, the stars would shatter, and the sun and moon would wither away. It was as if the universe was its nourishment. At the peak of the bronze tree was a terrifying halberd. It was as if it could cleave apart the great cosmos and sacrifice all the kings. Master's great halberd is equivalent to him attacking with a single hand. It is enough to suppress all the kings. Her pair of golden eyes were resplendent and blazing. It was so piercing that it could cause one's eyes to bleed. She had embarked on a journey to retrieve the seed that Su Yin had snatched away back then. This seed was extremely important. Once news of this spread out, this place would be bathed in blood for eternity. Groups of demons danced chaotically in the universe. Shadows with terrifying auras rushed out from every great land of death one after another. Their goal was the primal chaos ruins. Su Yin had seen many young experts along the way, and this made him cry out in alarm in his heart. There were too many of them. It was very likely that millions and millions of creatures would participate in this terrifying struggle. Boring. The buried realm race has no successor. How boring. This is too boring. I came here for nothing. I still thought that the buried realm race would produce a true peak hero who could contend against the experts of other races. Apart from Su Yin, who else could this race have? Moreover, we still don't know if Madman Su is dead or alive. Even if he is alive, can he walk out of the Milky Way galaxy? Can he enter the primal chaos ruins? Let's wait and see. The greatest fortune has opened. It will span 12 universe epochs. How great of an opportunity is this? This generation is destined to become an unrivaled supreme being. Outside the Milky Way galaxy, the younger generation left one after another. Moreover, there was a wave of mockery and ridicule. King Flash and the others really wanted Su Yin to come out. These 10 years in the universe belonged to Madman Su. They were not convinced. What qualifications does a declining race have to obtain this kind of glory? If it wasn't for the 4 supreme beings disdaining to make a move, Su Yan's path to invincibility would have been cut off long ago. Sun Dome and the others also retreated. They returned disappointed. It was really regretful that they couldn't kill Su Yin before this. After all, Once they rushed into the primal chaos ruins, it wouldn't take too long for them to pass through the primal chaos and step into the domain of heavenly deities. Once they stepped into this stage, the gap between Su Yin and them would become increasingly large. In the future, it was very likely that they would stand in the domain of the Divine King and look down on a junior. However, the current Su Yin was already close to the primal chaos ruins. When they walked out of the battleship and saw the turbulent edge of the universe, that vast primal chaos region, they really felt that they were too small, just like a group of ants. Even the Divine King had this feeling. The primal chaos ruins were still surging. Billions of huge waves surged and evaporated. It was as if the entire primal chaos ruins had begun to glow. Faintly, a terrifying primal chaos crack was about to appear. "It's almost here," a veteran Divine King said. "It's estimated to be within 10 days. The edge of the universe was vast. Only heaven knew how grand and vast it was. In front of them was the primal chaos ruins. It was filled with an ancient, desolate aura. After a long time, endless legends and ancient history were left behind here. There were great powers and peerless geniuses who walked out here. Similarly, there were supreme beings who lost their lives here. There was a sea of people here. It was unknown how many cultivators had gathered here. The geniuses of various races were all overshadowed. There were too many people, and it was too spectacular. Don't think that the entrance to the primal chaos ruins was only at one location. It was infinitely vast and magnificent. It was equivalent to the entrance of hundreds of star fields arranged together. It was unimaginably magnificent. Even if a supreme being came, they wouldn't be able to penetrate the entire entrance. This place was also divided into many regions. Of course, most of the people here were from the universe's cultivation world. On the contrary, there were very few experts in the primal chaos ruins. The main reason was that the experts in the primal chaos ruins had a higher cultivation level. They stayed in the primal chaos ruins for a long time and controlled some secret realms and treasured lands. This involved the problem of breaking through to the heavenly god realm. The primal chaos divine mountain would appear at the beginning of the primal chaos ruins. This was the best thing to break through to the heavenly god realm and pass through the primal chaos. It was something that many experts in the cultivation world wanted. On the contrary, the Overlord clans like the Sky Bamboo lineage also controlled treasured lands that weren't inferior to the primal chaos divine mountain. Thus, they wouldn't let their clansmen take the risk. This was because the first breakthrough would be the most tragic event. Supreme beings had died in battle before. This was a cruel fact. 10 passages. Su Yan's eyes vaguely saw 10 faintly discernible cracks in the magnificent primal chaos ruins. He was very curious about all of this. Was there a leader? In the end, Su Yan eavesdropped on the discussions of the people around him. He was shocked. The Tao Church was the leader. This involved some distant past events. The Tao Church's status was really high. Currently, there were very few disciples. However, once the early battles were over, the Tao Church would recruit disciples and attract Ingjia from all over the world. At that time, the era of competition for secret realms in the universe would begin. At the entrance, more and more experts rushed over. Their numbers were too many to count. Even the supreme beings who dominated a star field felt the pressure. They couldn't even be considered a wave here. Another few days passed. Su Yin discovered that the cracks in the primal chaos were gradually expanding. They were opening up a passage into the primal chaos ruins. Vaguely, Su Yin saw a corner of a magnificent mountain in the passage. It was too majestic and magnificent. He didn't know how high it was. The corner of the mountain was as large as a star. It was truly frightening. It was also at this moment that Su Yin quietly clenched his fists. This was because the immortal jade he was secretly paying attention to was faintly emitting heat. This meant that the 10 legendary primal chaos immortal mountains were indeed hidden in the primal chaos. It was a supreme treasure of one of the 9 great immortal mountains. Whether it was the Snow Mountain, Sky Mountain, or Great Tao Mountain, These three great immortal mountains were of great help to Su Yin. However, what would the primal chaos immortal mountains experience? Su Yin was especially looking forward to it. He didn't expect to come here and directly confirm the traces of the primal chaos immortal mountains. Chapter 862. Su Yan's palm rubbed the immortal jade. What exactly was this thing? Why could it sense the immortal mountain's traces? He suspected that this was a treasure left behind by the ancestor of the burial region. Then, could it be the creator of the immortal mountain? But what did the immortal mountain represent? Was it merely the supreme treasure of the burial region? Su Yin didn't believe this. If it really was the supreme treasure of the burial region, it could definitely be taken away and used as the clan's foundation to protect the clan's fate. He felt that if the 9 great immortal mountains really returned, it would be enough to intimidate the various peak clans so that they wouldn't dare act blindly without thinking. But regretfully, the immortal mountain couldn't be taken away. Even if Su Yin could obtain the good fortune, it was impossible for him to take away the immortal mountain. This made Su Yin suspect the immortal mountain's origins. No matter what, the expert who left behind the immortal mountain was definitely a supreme existence. Su Yin was looking forward to ascending the chaos immortal mountain. What kind of opportunity would he obtain? When he was strong enough, perhaps he would be able to unlock the immortal mountain's secrets. Kacha! An ear-piercing sound appeared, shaking one's soul. Su Yan's primordial spirit violently trembled, showing signs of collapsing. His expression was one of shock. No one could escape from this situation. Great figures were shaken until they were dizzy. Fortunately, this sound didn't injure anyone, or else a large number of people would have died. Is it about to open? Many people fell silent, their breathing heavy. Their eyes looked towards the grand primal chaos zone. In this thick primal chaos, cracks began to rapidly expand. Don't look down on these entrances. Each entrance was as grand as the diameter of a vast region. Inside the entrances were ancient and desolate. This was the world of the primal chaos ruins. Extremely heavy fluctuations pervaded the air. Without a doubt, the territory here was extremely sturdy. In the outside world, experts could destroy the heavens and earth, but in the primal chaos ruins it was difficult. Even deities would find it extremely difficult to sink a mountain peak. This was the cultivation land of deities. The environment of the world was different from the outside world. At the limits of these wide, open entrances, there were blurry mountains that were faintly discernible. Primal chaos, divine mountain. The entire place was in an uproar. Countless geniuses almost erupted with power as they charged into the chaotic divine mountain. Every chaos divine mountain was unreachable, reaching into the starry sky. The sun, moon, and stars in the chaos ruins were incomparably tiny in front of the chaos divine mountain. Even the veteran divine king was moved. It was rumored that the chaos divine mountain was a peerless divine mountain formed from the chaos ruins. Every chaos divine mountain was nourished by chaos energy over countless years. If these chaotic sacred mountains were to fall into the hands of an expert, they could definitely be refined into supreme treasures. However, these chaos divine mountains were connected to the earth vein energy of the chaos ruins. They were also supreme treasures that had been nurtured by the chaos ruins. If one were to recklessly touch the chaos divine mountains, they would definitely suffer a terrifying suppression. The gains would not make up for the losses. The primal chaos divine mountains were majestic and vast. This was the best place to become a heavenly god. Once one reached the peak of the primal chaos divine mountains, it was equivalent to standing at the peak of the sky. Boundless primal chaos divine mountains gathered in one's body, and one would become a world-shaking heavenly god. Of course, this was very difficult. Everyone wanted to cultivate at the peak. When the time came, a series of unexpected disasters would inevitably occur on the path of conquest. Of course, one could also break through halfway up the mountain, but the effects were far inferior to those at the peak. Su Yin had already seen that at the peak of the primal chaos divine mountain, boundless primal chaos divine essence flowed with the essence of primal chaos. It was incomparably terrifying. What a primal chaos divine mountain. There are primal chaos dragon veins inside. Does it contain the essence of the chaos ruins? Su Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the myriad sects contended for hegemony. Despite the cruelty and bloodshed, they still wanted to rush into the primal chaos divine mountain in search of good fortune. If they didn't compete now, how could they enter the various universe mystic realms and conquer the various races' young overlords in the future? If they couldn't keep up, they were destined to be drowned in this resplendent heavenly path. The 10 primal chaos divine mountains contain boundless primal chaos divine essence. Once one rushed to the peak, they would definitely be able to cultivate into a world-shaking heavenly god. They might even surpass their past foundation. There were also people who were puzzled. Could it be that the mighty powerhouses weren't tempted? Some stepped forward to clear their doubts. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the pressure inside would be. Perhaps a divine king would ascend the mountain, but the divine king's realm would be suppressed. Once he failed, he might very well face death. I see many precious medicines growing on the primal chaos divine mountain. Many people's eyes turned red. As the primal chaos divine mountain became clearer, the scene on the mountain could also be seen more clearly. There were all kinds of rare, precious medicines growing on the mountain, all of which were nurtured by the primal chaos energy. This made the divine king's eyes turn red. That was because these precious medicines could extend the divine king's lifespan. This was especially true for the mountain peak. That was the most powerful place of fortune. There were large amounts of primal chaos origin energy, and even top-grade primal chaos origin energy. How could the fortune not be terrifying? If one could really conquer a primal chaos divine mountain, then what kind of terrifying event would it be for a group of races? It was enough to affect the future of the universe. Actually, not to mention the primal chaos divine mountain. Even the path to the primal chaos divine mountain is filled with precious medicines. There is even someone who was lucky enough to dig out a supreme treasure and sell it to a mighty powerhouse on the spot. Damn, comparisons are odious. Even a small harvest is extraordinary. Don't think about trying your luck. Some people were discussing this, but those who were clear-headed could see the danger. After all, there were too many experts participating, and the struggle for supremacy would be too bitter. Some people made up their minds. They would take away a portion of the primal chaos liquid and leave immediately. They would then find a place to sit in seclusion and refine these primal chaos treasures. That was the best way. Sagely battle God. Sounds of discussion came from afar. During this period, heroes from various races had arrived one after another, causing a commotion. However, the entrance was too vast, and no one could see all of the Aingia today. However, the appearance of the sagely battle god in this area caused quite a stir. A shadow appeared in the distance. He rushed over rapidly, like a terrifying star descending from the sky, emitting vast divine might. The cultivators were suffocating and trembling under the pressure. They felt as if their souls were being covered. The sagely battle god was a peerless genius of the Tao Temple and the most powerful expert of the He family's younger generation. He had once contended with the supreme beings of the heavens. Just his name alone was enough to frighten a large number of people. His entire body was suffused with golden holy light, as if he was bathing in the divine light of the 9 heavens. He was filled with an indestructible might. His body was incomparably blazing and dazzling. What terrifying essence blood fluctuations. It's rumored that the sagely battle god has an indestructible golden body. This is a supreme body. It's said that when this golden body is cultivated to great success, even if it explodes, it can be healed. It's equivalent to an indestructible constitution. That's right. It's rumored that the indestructible golden body has an indestructible substance. Every expert had their own methods to become famous. The sagely battle god's strength lay in his indestructible body. His physical body was domineering, and he had once swept through his peers. He was invincible in every major region in the chaotic ruins and forged a peerless reputation. When he arrived here, his flesh shell ignited on its own. The indestructible divine furnace was burning, emitting terrifying waves of energy. It was powerful and intimidating. Su Yan looked at the sagely battle god. This person was indeed powerful. His flesh shell emitted endless light, illuminating the void until it was about to shatter. The people in the surroundings only discussed for a while before not paying too much attention. There were too many experts here today. Many famous experts rushed here one after another. However, who would be number one and suppress all the kings? This would depend on their luck in the future. Aha, brother sagely battle god, long time no see. You're even more magnificent. Loud laughter rang out. Among the vast crowd, a person soared into the air as if he was the king of men. The moment his aura filled the air, the blood in his body roared like a raging sea. The momentum was vast, and it shook people's souls. Many cultivators were suppressed to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. This was a talent that wasn't inferior to the sagely battle god. In the process of his self-recovery, a majestic shadow was projected behind him. It was as if he was standing in the future, suppressing the universe, transforming into a powerful being and commanding the heroes. What a terrifying bloodline! The expressions of the experts changed. This was a peerless bloodline that wanted to merge with the strongest ancestor to restore the glory of his ancestor. Su Yan's face darkened. Killing intent started to spread in his heart. The calm battle blood also started to flow. Fellow Taoist Kuan monarch, your bloodline is getting stronger. The sagely battle god looked heroic as he bathed in the light of the 9 heavens. His eyes landed on the king of the Kuan family as he smiled faintly. So, it's him. Some people had strange expressions. Some even whispered. It said that the bloodline of the burial region is extremely powerful. It's true. The Kuan king of this generation of the Kuan family's bloodline has actually reached such a level. No wonder the Kuan family acted so forcefully in the past and wanted to rewrite the fate of the burial region. The Kuan family is strong enough now. If the Kuan king of this generation can rise, he might really succeed in the future. That's right. The Kuan king is strong enough now. You've all seen the power of his bloodline. It's hard to find a match for him in the same generation. He will definitely be a peak existence in the universe in the future. The young expert that they were discussing was the strongest in the younger generation of the Kuan family, the Kuan king. In fact, the influence of the Kuan family and the He family was similar. The He family had a sagely battle god in this generation, while the Kuan family welcomed the Kuan king with a powerful bloodline. There were signs of him leading the clan to rise. Of course, there was still a gap between the Kuan king and the sagely battle god. Compared to Brother Xingtian's immortal body, there's still a huge gap. The Kuan king was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Under the contrast of his bloodline, he was exceptional. There was a vague and terrifying power of time rippling from his bloodline. This was the power of his bloodline. There was hope for him to restore the strongest bloodline of his ancestors. He then said coldly, "Brother Xingtian, I was delayed by some matters on my way here. I couldn't go to the Milky Way to intimidate the remaining members of the Kuan family. I wonder if you've seen Su Yan." Hearing this, the sagely battle god shook his head slightly and said disappointedly, "No. Ingjia from all over the world gathered in the Milky Way. However, this person didn't show up. I think he's most likely crippled. He doesn't have the will to fight for hegemony. I've heard about the gathering of heroes in the universe in the Milky Way. I'm afraid he won't be able to raise his head. A young talent from a crippled race is still so arrogant. I'm afraid he's finally seen the reality." The Kuan king's tone was cold. He then sighed and said, "It's a pity that a genius from my family fell in the hands of Su Yan. It's a pity that I've been in seclusion all these years and didn't come out earlier. It's such a pity. I'm afraid that when I meet him again in the future, I'll have already stepped into the divine king's realm." The Kuan king commented with his hands behind his back. The experts from the Kuan family also laughed. They had high hopes for the Kuan king. Regardless of bloodline or talent, the Kuan king was the top expert of the Kuan family. How could he be weaker than Su Yin? Su Yin stared at the Kuan king. Killing intent surged in his heart. If the hope of the Kuan family was killed, the Kuan family would be heartbroken. Compared to fighting for hegemony with the North Demon, Su Yin wanted to cripple the current Kuan king. Rumble. Suddenly, the 10 floating passageways expanded at a much faster speed. The 10 chaotic sacred mountains stood at the end of the horizon. They were filled with the aura of gods and demons. The chaos was like the rolling sea. The 10 chaotic sacred mountains were burning fiercely. It was as if they were carrying the gods and demons of the heavens. The suppression caused everyone to tremble in fear. Chapter 863. The primal chaos was torn apart, and the passageways appeared. Numerous primal chaos divine mountains were faintly discernible in the space-time. Every mountain was as huge as a blood domain city, and it was shocking. At the peak of the mountain, an endless primal chaos divine waterfall poured down, and countless suns, moons, and stars revolved around the primal chaos divine mountains. The primal chaos divine mountains emitted millions of rays of light, and they were filled with the aura of gods and devils. On the majestic mountains, there were all kinds of precious herbs, and primal chaos ancient trees were glowing, with all kinds of primal chaos fruits growing on them. Every primal chaos divine mountain nurtured incredible heavenly treasures, and they were nurtured from the essence of primal chaos chi. Therefore, even some ordinary precious herbs had extremely powerful cultivation effects. After all, the accumulation required to reach the deity realm was too shocking. It would easily take as long as a few years to break through a small realm, and the further one progressed, the longer the time needed to cultivate. And if one could kill their way into the primal chaos divine mountains to plunder the fortunes and snatch away these precious herbs, their strength would definitely skyrocket after consuming them, and their cultivation speed would definitely climb steadily. At the moment when the primal chaos divine mountains were about to fully emerge, millions of living beings gathered at the grand entrances of the 10 great passageways. In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the seas cracked. Terrifying fluctuations spread out, and the young experts who dominated their own areas appeared frequently. In a short moment of brilliance, millions of cultivators prostrated themselves and trembled. They were all about to be crushed into meat paste by this sudden eruption of might. What kind of omen was this? Only the experts who dominated their own areas could stand firm. This was also a cruel and bloody fact. It told them that the various treasures on the 10 great primal chaos divine mountains were not easy to obtain, and they would have to sacrifice their lives at every turn. In an instant, there were also powerful young overlords who awakened from their slumber. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they intimidated tens of thousands of enemies. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many people smiled bitterly. No wonder these young overlords cultivated so quickly, with their combat strength. Once they rushed into the primal chaos divine mountains, even if they couldn't plunder the excessively powerful treasures, they would still be able to obtain many treasures. There was even a world-shaking star domain supreme who led a group of generals under his command, and a peerless belief of conquering a primal chaos divine mountain and occupying it as the king spread out. In short, once the struggle for supremacy began, it would be extremely tragic. Only the heavens knew how many cultivators would fall. A large number of cultivators had already decided to give up. They were preparing to enter the passageway after the struggle for supremacy ended. In fact, even if he didn't fight for the creation, just sitting in the passageway and absorbing the power of chaos from the chaotic divine mountain would allow his cultivation speed to increase rapidly. If your cultivation falls behind, it will be extremely difficult to catch up in the future, especially in this era. If you fall behind others, you are destined to be drowned in this struggle for supremacy. Many experts of the older generation sighed. They couldn't help but admit that it was truly tragic. The fortune of the 10 great chaotic divine mountains was truly worth fighting for. Once they killed their way out, they would also accumulate an unimaginable amount of resources. The older generation of celestial gods knew very well that it took them more than a few hundred years to cultivate from deity realm to celestial god pinnacle realm. It could even take up to 1,000 years. However, if one were to obtain a fortune in the chaotic divine mountain, this time would be shortened by dozens of times. This would be an astonishing cultivation speed. Even the experts of the peak races would be envious. After all, the peak of the chaotic divine mountain was the main event. At that time, all the young overlords would fall. Buzz! At this moment, an enormous altar descended from the sky. It was majestic and majestic, attracting the eyes of all the cultivators present. The altar was extremely large. It was as if a continent had descended and landed on the ground. It was suffused with the vicissitudes of time and emitted waves of time aura. It caused one's heart to palpitate. Even the divine king found it difficult to discern what kind of treasure this was. This was because its entire body was inscribed with countless space-time runes. The entire altar was like a supreme space-time treasure that transcended the great cosmos. It was surging with the light of order. There was no doubt that this was refined by a powerful expert. Moreover, it was a powerful expert proficient in the domain of space-time. Many people were astonished. Why would an altar suddenly descend? Suyin also looked at the space-time altar. He was moved. This treasure was very terrifying. It was sinking here and was about to swallow all the cultivators present. He Xingjie said, "Don't worry about it. This is specially prepared for the monsters." Once, when the 10 great passageways opened, a bloody battle broke out. As a result, 3 supreme experts and a large number of young overlords fell in battle. Later on, the Tao Palace appeared and used the space-time altar as a guide to transport those monsters to the various great passageways. Many people were shocked. How tragic was that? After all, they were worried that the dragons would gather in one passageway and erupt into a bloody battle. At that time, the losses of the various races would be immeasurable, and the space-time altar was to balance the battle power. He Xingjie and the others were not qualified to activate the space-time altar. Only the sagely battle god and the others were qualified. After all, the peak opportunities of the chaotic divine mountain were too great. One could find supreme-grade, primal chaos, origin energy, or even more terrifying substances. Even the supreme experts would be jealous and would definitely fight to the death for it. Once a battle broke out, the young overlords who had developed the belief of being invincible would be cultivated. It was impossible for them to retreat. Therefore, the space-time altar was to balance the battle power and prevent unexpected disasters. This is bad. Liang Yan glanced at Su Yin. At that time, wouldn't Su Yin be exposed? After all, with his battle power, he would definitely be attracted by the space-time altar. At that time, he would definitely be exposed to the world. Su Yan's eyes were calm. He was not worried about all this. If he was discovered, so be it. Would he still be afraid of the kings of the world? The immortal Jade's reaction is very weak. Su Yin muttered in his heart, "Which chaotic divine mountain do these 10 belong to?" At this time, he asked He Xingjie and the others if they could cross the other passageways. He Xingjie was shocked and speechless. "I don't know either. One passageway is already tragic enough. To go to the other passageways, He Jing'er could not help but laugh coldly. Why? You want to cross the passageways and go to other places to fight for territory? Is one chaotic divine mountain not enough for you? You are right." Suyin glanced at He Jing'er. His words made He Jing'er go crazy. She cursed in her heart. This country, bumpkin, has not seen the world. This is so infuriating. I don't know how many people will laugh at me if I say this. At this time, the sagely battle god walked over and smiled at Liang Yan. Too many things have happened in recent years. I have not been able to visit the Liang family. I have been rude. Miss Yan, please forgive me. He Jing'er wanted to stand out and complain, but she thought about it and did not say anything. Sagely battle god, you must be joking. Our Liang family is not a prestigious family, Liang Yan replied. She was wearing a white dress, which made her look gentle and beautiful. The Liang family is not one now. but it does not mean that it will not be won in the future. The sagely battle god's body glowed. The indestructible body was extremely powerful. He suddenly suppressed it, but some of his essence blood leaked out uncontrollably. This was shocking enough. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the immortal spirit realm. He had been deliberately suppressing it so that he could show off in the chaotic divine mountain and take down the mountain peak. Once he conquered the peak of the mountain and became an empyrean god in the chaotic sacred mountain, he would become one of the most sought-after geniuses in the cultivation world of the universe. At that time, his prestige as the sagely battle god would skyrocket. Although this kind of fierce battle could easily cost him his life, he was very confident. He said, "During this period of time, you will cultivate by my side. It is only a matter of time before you become an immortal spirit realm cultivator. In the future, the Divine King will also have great hope." No matter who he said this to, they would all be excited. The Divine King was already amazing enough. Moreover, there was a young Divine King. Once Liang Yan became an immortal spirit realm cultivator, the entire Liang family would follow suit and soar. However, Liang Yan was the kind of person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. She lived in seclusion and was a lady from a big family. She did not care much about cultivation realms. Her only hobby was alchemy. How could it be so easy? He Jinger sneered in her heart. Her entire He family did not have many divine king realm cultivators. Every one of them had gone through thousands of trials and tribulations. She did not think that Liang Yan would be able to cultivate to this level in the future. With my disciple, the sagely battle god, protecting her, this old one can be at ease. Yu Chu Wei was more and more satisfied with the sagely battle god. He had an indestructible body. In the future, if he unearthed enough potential, there was still hope for him to reach the immortal realm. They chatted and laughed. Then the sagely battle god said, "In a moment, I will be transported to the channel by the time and space altar. Then, follow me into the channel. Everyone in the channel will be sensed?" Liang Yan asked. Hearing this, the sagely battle god smiled at Liang Yan and said, "That's right. This is the time and space altar created by the Taoist temple. Every cultivator who steps into the channel will be sensed and divided into different channels. The Taoist temple's Taoist temple is really terrifying. He created such a powerful altar just like that." He Xingjie was a bit proud. In the future, the Taoist temple's status would skyrocket. It would gather all the Yingjie cultivators in the world. Then their status would also rise. Boom! In less than half a day, the power of the 10 channels became more and more turbulent. It was as if the universe's chaos had broken open the 10 channels. When the 10 chaotic divine mountains completely appeared, the 10 channels were completely stabilized. It was as if there were 10 vast star regions lying in the chaos, surging with vigorous, chaotic energy. "It's opening!" everyone exclaimed. The 10 channels were about to open. The most powerful battle was about to begin. Everything was so sudden and fast. It was as if the cultivators were not fully prepared. However, the 10 channels had already opened. The universe's power that had been brewing for months was completely ignited. From this day onwards, pairs of terrifying eyes opened in the universe. It was definitely the immortal realm cultivators who were watching the 10 channels open in the chaotic ruins. It was like a path to heaven, a journey that carried the hopes of countless cultivators. When the battle was about to begin, many people's hearts were trembling violently. The moment billions of living beings charged, heaven and earth exploded. The sun and moon lost their light. The world was trembling, enveloped by the shocking battle intent. It was as if the entire universe was trembling with it. The light was endless. It was terrifying and shocking. The demonic aura was enough to split heaven and earth. A group of people rushed to the time and space altar first. They were confident and powerful enough. They wanted to be the first to step into the channel. I wonder which channel the sagely battle god will be sent to. I hope it's not too far away. The furthest channel from US will take a month to travel. He Xingjie and the others were looking forward to it. Many cultivators had not moved. Some were watching, some were hesitating, and some were waiting. What's this kid doing? He Jinger suddenly sneered. How ridiculous. Does he think he'll be recognized by the time and space altar? He's really a country bumpkin who has never seen time. I guess he's just an overlord in a small region. This was not the moment when Su Yin wanted to go. He wanted to rush to the channel. The time and space altar, noticed Su Yin. Even with the protection of the time and space armor, he could not escape the detection of the time and space altar. He was directly pulled to the time and space altar. The potential in Su Yan's body was even exploding at a terrifying speed. What kind of manifestation was that? Kaboom! Endless blood essence pierced through the sky and collapsed the clouds. A peerless overlord stood on the time and space altar. It was terrifying to the extreme. Liang Yan, Luo Huaqing, these characters' portraits are out. Follow my WeChat public account and follow Ye Qing Tian. You can find them in the history. Chapter 864. There were at least a few hundred experts gathered on the altar. What kind of concept was this? At first, people thought that there would only be a few dozen of them. After all, there was a group of heavenly God realm geniuses in the Chaos Ruins. They would not choose to fight in the Chaos God Mountain. Their destination was the universe's secret territory in the Chaos Ruins. After stepping into the heavenly God realm, what they had to consider was the divine king realm. Only heavenly gods were the true overlords of the universe. Once they stepped into this realm, they would truly stand at the peak of all life. First of all, a group of young overlords had to be eliminated. But no one had expected that hundreds of powerhouses would directly gather at the space-time altar. This caused an uproar among the myriad races. The struggle for supremacy in this era was bitter and bloody enough. This was only the first batch. There would definitely be more young overlords coming later. There were only 10 channels here. With a few hundred experts gathered here and a few dozen peak experts gathered in one channel, this kind of struggle would really cause the death of peak experts. Almost from this moment on, the grand entrance of the Chaos Ruins emitted waves of stifling energy. It was as if there were many terrifying giants watching from the end of the universe. Without a doubt, all the powerful beings were paying attention to these young overlords. The moment these experts stepped onto the altar, the grand altar also spread out. All kinds of brilliant lights gathered here. Under the guidance of the altar, it finally started to fully awaken. The entire altar became blurry. The moment a few hundred young experts stepped onto the altar, it was truly terrifying. The Northern Demon and the others stood on the altar, glowing and emitting heat. All the experts emitted soaring battle intent, glaring at each other like tigers watching their prey. Of course, the altar couldn't draw out their strongest potential. It could only release most of it and then divide the channels. This was to equalize the strength of the 10 channels. How is this possible? He Xingjie and the others were in disbelief. What were they seeing? Who is this person? Yu Chuhui's jaw almost dropped. The man who was heavily injured and saved by Liang Yan actually stepped onto the altar and released a terrifying light. He was definitely one of the strongest overlords standing on the altar. He Jing was trembling. How could something so ridiculous happen? How could this person hide so deeply? She was terrified. Liang Yan wasn't surprised, but because Su Yin had ascended the stage, she clenched her jade-like hands anxiously. She was worried for Su Yin. Since he had ascended the stage, it meant that Su Yin was about to be exposed. How could the experts of the various tribes let him go? These young people are too abnormal. The kings of the older generation were shocked. A few hundred absolute warriors of the Starfield were gathered on an altar. This was a scene that had never happened before in this universe era. All of the young experts were erupting with power, reviving. There were even some strangers, experts that had never been seen before. Meanwhile, this group of people definitely accounted for more than half of them. This meant that they had hidden themselves too deeply, all of them geniuses that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years. There's actually someone hiding. A half-step Almighty mumbled in the crowd. Out of curiosity, he took out a space-time secret treasure and shone it on Su Yin, who was hiding his identity. The half-step Almighty's face stiffened when he saw the image displayed by the space-time secret treasure. It was a tall and straight figure that contained a peerless, domineering aura. Even the heavens and earth couldn't suppress his light. Suyan's long black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like lightning as he stood on the space-time altar, his aura swallowing the starry sky. The ferocious light that had been brewing inside him for a long time was about to pour out and start a path of hegemony. Suyan. Someone looked curiously at the space-time secret treasure and stuttered. How can it be? Is he seeing things? I think I saw Suyan. The entire area was in an uproar, and it even spread out at a terrifying speed. The two words Suyan contained an inexplicable magical power. Even the changes in the Milky Way some time ago made everyone pay attention to whether Suyan would go to the Chaos Ruins or not. But now, not only was he here, but he was even standing on the space-time altar, looking down on everyone. The vast territory trembled. When the news spread out, it caused a huge commotion. The experts of all races exclaimed. He actually dared to come and even stepped onto the space-time altar. What did he want to do? Facing such a situation where everyone was his enemy, was he here to seek death? From this moment on, the Ancestral Hall, the Dark Nether Race, the Demon Region, the Kuan family, the Divine Firmament sect, the old kings of these races were furious and wanted to roar out loud. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? The Milky Way was clearly sealed and no one could come out. But there was only one conclusion, and that was that Suyan didn't return to the Milky Way at all. He had always been in the outside world. He is Suyan. Yu Chu-Wei was stunned, and her eyes were filled with shock. She recalled the severely injured young man in Liang Yan's room. That person was Suyan. He Shungjie was dumbfounded. This was too ridiculous. Suyan had been following them all this time, and they didn't know it all. This evil creature dares to come here to die. Under the rage of the Ancestral Hall, an old king directly ordered, "Pass down my order." Once Suyan enters the passage, immediately organize a team to hunt him down. Remember, don't let him live past the first day. I want the burial region to be heartbroken. What a joke. Suyan actually came on the first day. Doesn't he know the situation now? The people of the Kuan family laughed angrily. Suyan, I really underestimated him. Since he is here, don't let him leave alive. Dream of entering the chaotic divine mountain to seek opportunities? Did he ask for our permission? It's the first day. He'll be lucky if he can live past half a day. The people of the Ancestral Hall laughed angrily. Each of the peak races emitted flames of anger, causing the surrounding cultivators to tremble in fear. Why did he still come here when everyone was his enemy? Wasn't he here to die? No one thought that Suyan could survive. What kind of situation was this? The space-time sacrificial altar had already revealed an intense killing intent. The news from the chaos in the outside world caused the North Demon to roar towards the sky. His cold eyes looked down in all directions as he coldly said, I want to kill Suyan. If the time-space altar wasn't big enough, they would have locked on his Suyan directly. Pathetic. King Flash sneered. What a pity. I can't compete with Suyan at the same level. I'll die in the hands of the peak races. Kiki, Suyan actually came. Where is he? The originally disappointed King Kuan's aura became even more terrifying. I hope I'm lucky enough to be in the same passage as Suyan. When the time comes, I'll crush him. No one expected that above the time-space altar, killing intent would sweep across the sky. It hadn't even started yet. Some of the peak talents of the peak races emitted terrifying flames of war because of one person's appearance. Was there any suspense? Since Suyan was already standing on the time-space altar, he would definitely be transported into the time-space tunnel. Madman Su, the most famous person in the universe in recent years. Will he meet his end in such a manner? Someone asked. They also looked at the figure standing on the time-space altar. He was tall and majestic, full of heroic aura. He was different from the legends. People thought he would be afraid because of his identity, but he wasn't. His hair danced in the wind, and his aura swallowed the heavens. There was a terrifying, domineering aura emitting from him. You want to kill me? Ha ha, come. Su Yan, am not afraid. Su Yan laughed. He wasn't going to hide. Fighting for supremacy in the chaos ruins. Fighting for supremacy among his peers. Su Yan wasn't afraid of the world's kings. Even if he was invincible, he would kill until the world fell silent. This was Su Yan's belief. He was peerlessly powerful. Even in the face of the murderous attacks that filled the sky, he was not afraid. He still stood tall on the space-time altar. His battle blood began to boil and shine brightly. He is Su Yan. Many people saw him clearly. This young man was called Madman Su. It was hard to imagine how many cruel things he had experienced. Many people want to kill him and cut off his path to being invincible. I hope he can survive and tell the world that the universe's races aren't the only ones who can stand at the peak and look down on the world. There were also many people who were emotional. They were Su Yan's admirers. They looked at Su Yan, hoping that he could ride the wind and break the waves, kill all his enemies, stand at the peak, and look down on the world's kings. How long? Suddenly, the time-space altar trembled. Boundless time-space energy poured out and wrapped around these figures, sending them one by one into the 10 passages. The third passage. Someone noticed that Madman Su had been sent into the third passage. He's dead for sure. The Northern Demon has also entered the third passage. Some people were shocked. They had encountered it just like that. There were no surprises. A great battle at the peak was about to begin. The third passage would definitely become the most bitter place to fight for supremacy among the 10 passages. Kill him. Slaughter him. We cannot let him live past the first day, or else he will be a disgrace to our race. Su Yan must die in the third passage on the first day. Ancestral Palace's clans gave the order one after another, not letting him live past the first day, dying in fear in the blood-colored apocalypse, going on his way in despair. Only this was in line with the current situation. Every passage was enormous and boundless, the territory vast, not inferior to the vast starfield at all. Starting from this moment, tens of millions of cultivators madly charged into the great passages. Some people deliberately avoided the third passage, avoiding the bloodiest passage. After a short moment of light, the 10 great passages became resplendent and blazing. The crowd of heroes charged forward. During this process, blood already dyed the heavens. Countless cultivators died miserably, falling along the path of the charge, going on their way with unwillingness. Anyone could encounter this. A few days ago, 1 million creatures might have died. The number might even be more shocking. Get out of here if you're not strong enough. King Kuan was also sent to the third passage. He said with a cruel tone, "A bunch of trash. What qualifications do you have to step into this place to fight for the fortune with us? Get lost. Don't stop me from killing Su Yan." Chapter 865. Blood splattered in the 10 passages, dyeing the sky red. The smell of blood was too strong, spreading out majestically, causing the cultivators who didn't dare to be the first to enter to turn pale. They were terrified, but also glad that they didn't rush in too quickly. Otherwise, they might be the ones who died. Now, only half of them had rushed in, but it had already led to a disaster. At the moment when they charged in, a bloody battle broke out, and a large number of them died. Many cultivators also rushed into the passages, frantically crossing, wanting to get away from the disaster. They were prepared to cross to a faraway place to harvest the fortunes. This place was very far from the chaotic Divine Mountain. Ordinary experts would need half a month to cross to the chaotic Divine Mountain. But who didn't know that the struggle for supremacy in the chaotic Divine Mountain was the most tragic? Isn't he too domineering? At the third passage, King Kuan's domineering aura leaked out. His entire body rippled with shocking bloodline power, shattering the universe and breaking open a passage. He crushed this passage, causing blood to splatter and corpses to fill the sky. Many people were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. King Kuan was indeed powerful. Very few people dared to stand out, let alone surpass him. I really hope Madman Su kills King Kuan. That's right. He's too damn arrogant. The Kuan family is a traitor. How dare a small King Kuan be so arrogant? Some people were cursing in their hearts. After all, King Kuan's words had hurt their self-esteem, saying that they were all trash. In fact, these people were all incredible experts in their own star fields. But in the face of the strongest power struggle in this era, they were clearly very weak. They dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. King Kuan of the Kuan family is indeed powerful. He can sweep away thousands of troops. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Where is Su Yan? Could he have run away without a trace? But no matter how big the third passage is, there's still a limit. Su Yan can't escape from the third passage. Most of the experts from the various clans who were entrenched at the edge of the passageway were paying attention to the third passageway. They really wanted to know if a peak collision would occur in the third passageway. They would soon be able to see just how strong Su Yan's fighting strength was. No, a powerful cultivator shook his head and said, "The time and space altar will teleport the powerful cultivators who enter the tunnel to different places. This is to prevent a bloody battle from breaking out as soon as they enter the tunnel." Not only Su Yan, but the Northern Demon was also teleported to an unknown place. The North Monster and King Kuan both want to kill Su Yan. Do you see that? Many experts from the peak races of the Ancestral Hall are rushing into the third passage. Su Yan, you're really unlucky. You've sneaked into this place, but you've exposed the time and space altar. Pitiful, so pitiful. A few old experts were speechless. They seemed to have foreseen Su Yan's tragic end. When the time came for all the heroes to attack, would Su Yan be able to live past the first day? They felt that it was too difficult. It was basically impossible. The third passageway was vast and grand. Surging killing intent bloomed and surged violently. The Ancestral Hall, the Dark Underworld race, the Demon Region, and the Divine Firmament sect sent a large number of battle generals into the passageway. Find Su Yan quickly. Don't let him hide. This person is proficient in the Array Dao. Once he hides, it will be difficult to find Su Yan again. I want to hide? It's not that easy. An Ancestral Hall expert immediately took out a time and space secret treasure to scan the area. Soon he caught the ripples in the time and space altar. This treasure could roughly lock onto the ripples of the time and space altar's teleportation. This way, they could quickly find Su Yan. There are 2 time and space ripples. One of them is a little far away. The second one is less than 100,000 miles away from us. I hope this teleportation point is where Su Yan is staying. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and charge. A large number of young experts rushed out from the top clans. They were all the best of the best. As there were some young battle generals holding the line, they were very confident that they could deal with Su Yan. They all rushed to their destination, crushing the entire area until it trembled. The armored flood was enough to create a storm in the grand third passageway. They charged in just like that, causing the nearby spectators to tremble in fear. They had locked onto the location so quickly, Su Yan would probably not survive for more than half a day. Looks like they have found the direction. I really hope this matter can end quickly. It's a pity that our race's King Flash is not in the third passageway. What a pity. The Divine Firmament sect's deputy sect master sighed slightly. Pity? Is it as regretful as our race's Zhu Tian? After all, the North Demon is guarding the third passageway. Even if our experts don't take action, the North Demon will probably find Su Yan soon. One day seems a little too much. I think half a day will be enough to end the battle. The big shots outside discussed, their eyes filled with ruthlessness. Pitiful worm. Since he has revealed himself, he is courting death. They sat there cross-legged and took out space-time treasures to observe the third passageway. They hoped to see Su Yan explode as soon as possible. The Chaos Passageway was huge. The deeper they went, the more they felt that this was a small world. It was equivalent to a universe mystic realm. Su Yan was teleported to an unknown area. His figure appeared from space-time and landed on the ground. He stood in a unique environment, and his divine consciousness enveloped every blade of grass and tree within 5,000 miles. A special feeling arose in his heart. It was as if he had returned to his homeland after a long time. Su Yin was surprised. He felt a sense of familiarity with this world. He had been here before. He looked around. The ancient trees here supported the sky, and each of them was as strong as a dragon. The air was filled with dense chaos essence qi. It was very helpful for immortal state cultivation. One had to admit that this was a rare holy land for cultivation. Su Yan's eyes also looked at the distant sky. The sun, moon, and stars that filled the sky appeared especially grand and magnificent. If Su Yan's aura erupted in the land of the blood region, he would be able to shake the stars down. But there was no need for that here. The ground was hard, the layout was grand, and the aura of gods and demons was dense. Without a doubt, he could move mountains and fill seas outside, but it was impossible to do so here. At this time, Su Yan looked into the depths of the passageway. He could see the Chaos Divine Mountain. It was too tall and towered into the starry sky. Even the grand universe's sun and moon seemed small in front of the Chaos Divine Mountain. It's not. Su Yin instantly determined that this was not the Chaos Immortal Mountain. His goal was the Chaos Immortal Mountain, one of the 9 great immortal mountains. But where was it hidden in the 10 great passageways? This was an unknown. Su Yin felt that he had to investigate it as soon as possible, lest others beat him to it. Su Yin wanted to leave, but he had a feeling that a storm was coming. The mountains and rivers were vast and majestic. However, there was a stream of armored torrents sweeping towards his location. The process was extremely fast. Before they had even arrived, Su Yin had already sensed that a group of enemy troops was about to charge over. I've been chased by you for so long, and I've been hiding for so long. It's time to collect some interest. Su Yan's eyes shone with killing intent. He stood between the heavens and earth, waiting for the various races of the ancestral hall to arrive. All of you hurry up. Don't let Su Yin escape. This chaos passageway is too grand. It's beyond my imagination. If Su Yin really hides, it'll be difficult to find him. I have to kill Su Yin on the first day. The army was galloping, their killing intent surging. Hundreds of experts gathered and charged towards the area where the space-time fluctuation stopped. Cold killing intent appeared on their faces. They wanted to suppress Su Yin before the North Fae did, especially the experts of the Ancestral Hall. They wanted to capture Su Yin alive and bring him back to the Ancestral Hall. I see him. Someone roared, his eyes red. This was an expert from the Divine Firmament sect. Lightning erupted from his eyes as he cut open the void. A lightning halberd appeared in his hand. He pointed at Su Yin and shouted, "Su Yin, run inside." The spectators who followed were shocked. They had found Su Yin so quickly. It seemed that the rumor that he would not live for more than a day was true. Ha ha, Su Yin, you really are here. Pitiful guy, don't you know what's your situation now? You dare to be the first to come to the Chaos Ruins? You're courting death. Hundreds of experts sneered. When their auras combined, it could be said that a lion was born supporting the sky. The sky was dark red, and a vast blood-red killing intent was swarming toward Su Yin. The important figures who were watching the battle through the space-time mirror were relieved. It seemed that they had really blocked Su Yin. The outcome was decided. The mountain forest was in turmoil as killing intent rose and fell. Everything lost its luster. The void was blurry, and there was a great killing weapon operating in the dark, absorbing the chaotic essence in the space, causing the power of the killing weapon to increase by a level. What kind of scene was this? Hundreds of experts had joined forces to charge forward. Among them were the battle generals of the various large clans. Their eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent. They truly did not believe that Su Yin could escape from this inescapable net. This evil creature, he actually attracted so many people to hunt him down. Suddenly, a dull, thunderous sound exploded. It was a shadow rushing over. A powerful bloodline power was awakened, and its might was like a mountain, suppressing the sharpness of many experts as it rushed forward. King Kuan, The eyes of the experts from the ancestral hall turned cold. Someone said, "This is an expert from our ancestral hall. Move aside." "No worries." King Kuin was full of confidence. He said coldly to Su Yin, "Isn't he just a piece of trash? What's the use of keeping his head? Give me some time to suppress him and send him to the ancestral hall." "All right, then we'll have to trouble you." King Kuin. The people from the ancestral hall thought for a while and nodded, giving King Kuin face. "It's no trouble at all. It's not worth mentioning." King Kuin's confidence surged. The bloodline power overflowed, making him look like the reincarnation of an almighty. His eyes were full of disdain as he said, "Su Yin, you're very unfortunate to be the first to meet me. Actually, I have to target you. Your bloodline power is not weak, and it can promote another evolution of my bloodline. It's enough for me to accumulate enough strength to compete with the Supremes. Seal the surroundings to prevent Su Yin from escaping." Someone ordered. "No worries, this piece of trash can't escape. I've already locked onto him." King Kuin's aura surged, suppressing the mountains and rivers, suppressing the universe. King Kuin kept calling him a piece of trash, which triggered the anger in Su Yan's heart. There was an uncontrollable murderous light in his body that began to leak out. "Why are you angry?" King Kuin sneered. "Isn't this a fact? You dare to come to the Chaos Ruins? I have to say, you're really courting death." Boom! In an instant, the light pierced through the sky, and a huge hole appeared. As if an ancient creature was awakening from its slumber, the dormant divine energy in Su Yan's body finally surged. It was even more frightening than the sound of the heavenly drum. All the cultivators present trembled uncontrollably, and their eyes turned black. Heaven and earth calmed down, as if they were walking towards death. This was the vast blood essence in Su Yan's body surging. When it burned, the bodies of the cultivators in this area were about to explode. Su Yan looked up to the sky and roared. At this moment, he was boundlessly terrifying. The rippling aura in his body and the heavy pressure caused a large number of cultivators to kneel and tremble. It was like the birth of a young king, whose roar shook the vast stars. The blood essence in King Kuin's body trembled, and he felt dizzy. He was frightened, and his figure dimmed. He felt a headache coming on. He turned around and ran, unwilling to stay a moment longer. "Come and accept your death." Su Yan's body swooped down close to the ground. Everyone seemed to see 100,000 true dragons emerging from the sea, sweeping across the mountains and rivers. The terrifying storm swept through, and a large number of cultivators were crushed into pieces. The sky was filled with flying corpses. Chapter 866. A ferocious dragon covered the sky, looking down on everything. Heaven and earth trembled. Every inch of space was filled with peerless sharpness, tearing apart people's bodies. Even the experts who were watching the battle from afar felt their hair stand on end. They had goosebumps all over their bodies and were all frightened. They really felt that a true dragon was coming out of seclusion. What kind of demon was this? Su Yan's peerless, ferocious light rippled within a radius of 100,000 miles. Now was the time when all the experts were charging into the Chaos Channel. However, from this moment onwards, the sky darkened. Only a resplendent shadow could be seen, overflowing the sky. What kind of aura is that? Heavens, a supreme being has gone mad. Is he going to wash the third channel with blood? It was recorded in ancient history that such a tragic event had happened before. A peerless, ferocious person led his generals and directly locked down the entire channel, forbidding any living beings from entering. All the trespassers were killed without exception. Someone is going to imitate the ancients and start a massacre, washing the third channel with blood? They turned pale with fright because the commotion was too shocking. Su Yin had been accumulating his power for so long. With one move, he could overturn rivers and seas. Even if the territory of the Chaos Ruins was sturdy enough, it was now shaken by the aura released by Su Yin. In the next moment, they saw blood blossoming. A large number of cultivators exploded their bodies. It was impossible to block Su Yan's charge. Just that kind of power, that kind of courage, that kind of peerless conviction was like a blade that split the sky, cutting apart the battlefield. A large number of cultivators immediately died in fear. How is this possible? The group of elites who joined forces to chase Su Yan were scared out of their wits. A large hole was blasted open in the sky. He was even more abnormal and terrifying than the time in the corpse blood sea. After all, Su Yan had just broken through in the corpse blood sea. In these few months of seclusion in the medicinal valley, Su Yan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, perfecting what he lacked before. Moreover, his strength was about to step into the seventh celestial layer of the god spirit realm. Bang! The ground trembled, and one after another, experts were sent flying into the air because they couldn't withstand the momentum of Su Yan's charge. Their bodies were torn apart in the void. At first, a group of people could still hold on. But when Su Yan really rushed here, the ominous light that leaked out of his body was like millions of heavenly blades leaving their sheaths, cutting through the void. A great collapse occurred in this area. They didn't even have the chance to attack because they were all suppressed by Su Yan's aura. When Su Yan rushed in front of them, he started to tremble in fear, and the blood essence in his body dried up. What kind of terrifying method was this? A large number of cultivators were crushed to pieces. So what if they were generals that could sweep through a region? In Su Yan's eyes, they were nothing more than chickens and pottery dogs. They weren't even worth hunting down. In fact, the reason why they looked down on Su Yan during this period of time was because of the changes in the Milky Way. Su Yan hadn't stood out to face the heroes of the world for a long time, and thus, his prestige was damaged. Instead, this group of people became arrogant and wanted to hunt down Su Yan. Rumble! This area exploded. Earth and rocks flew into the sky, and bloody lights surged. A person charged past, killing a large number of people. The survivors were terrified. This was a supreme being, and definitely not someone they could provoke. Look, isn't it the arrogant and conceited Kuan King? It was also at this moment that some of the cultivators who were humiliated by Kuan King cried out in alarm. Look, the Kuan King is running away. That person is awakening and intimidating Kuan King into running away. Serves him right. I reckon the Kuan King was too arrogant and ended up provoking a young supreme being that he shouldn't have. No, the situation isn't right. Many experts were crushed. This person attacked horizontally and seems to be targeting Kuan King. In short, within 100,000 li, Su Yan's peerless, ferocious aura rippled. Heaven and earth lost their luster, and only Su Yan erupted with the aura of a prosperous era. His aura engulfed the entire region, and he wanted to sweep through the entire third passage and kill all his enemies. Trash! Stop and accept your death. Su Yan let out a long howl. His mouth and nose spewed out billowing airwaves. The moment he struck out, it was as if 100,000 mountains were lined up, surging with unparalleled pressure, causing the Kuan King's speed to decrease sharply. Su Yan, who are you talking about? The Kuan King's eyes were red. What was he trying to do? Didn't he know that the Northern Demon was here too? Trash! Get over here and accept your death. Su Yan punched the heavens, and rays of light shot out. In the third passage, he erupted with a monstrous aura. The mountains and seas rumbled, and the territories trembled. Everything was about to be destroyed by Su Yan's punch. It was truly peerless strength, sweeping through thousands of soldiers and horses. You bastard! Even if I hold you back, you will die without a doubt. Su Yan, you still want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me with a single punch? You are too arrogant. Do you still want to kill me before you die? The Kuan King was really angry. His battle strength also erupted to the peak. The power of his bloodline circulated in his flesh, pushing his battle strength to the peak. He admitted that Su Yan was strong, but the Kuan King wouldn't be killed by Su Yan. He just didn't want to be injured. After all, the Kuan King's goal was the peak of the chaotic divine mountain. He needed the creation there to step into the heavenly god realm. He was also ruthless. His entire body's essence and blood fusion gathered in his palm. The moment he struck out, a world of Qian Kuan gushed out, reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. This was the Qian Kuan palm. This palm was vast and boundless, covering thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. When it fell from the sky, the Kuan king's 5 fingers were like mountains. A world of Qian Kuan floated in his palm, containing countless sun, moon, and stars. This was one of the Kuan family's strongest ultimate arts, the Qian Kuan hand. Suppress. The Kuan king roared. This palm ruthlessly struck down, as if suppressing Su Yan's sharpness, suppressing a corner of the battlefield. Dong! The void collapsed. What shocked the cultivators present was that the Kuan king was already peerlessly strong, a peak hero of a generation. But now, he was facing a somewhat abnormal and terrifying existence. That fist blasted out. The void exploded, turning into a huge black hole. This fist was disdainful, surging with energy. The moment it erupted, it was as if the territory was surging upwards, pushing the dome of heaven. The vast territory seemed to tremble, stunned by this fist. Bang! The Qian Kuan world was smashed into pieces by this fist. The Kuan king's palm was directly penetrated by Su Yan's fist. Oh my God! The spectators trembled in fear. That was the Kuan king. Did he encounter a heavenly supreme? Or did he provoke the North demon? No matter what, this fist shocked the world. The Kuan king's palm was directly penetrated. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. How could this person be so strong? Could it be that only a heavenly supreme could defeat him? You trash! What are you still alive for? Disgraceful thing! You can't even block one of my punches. What Kuan king? You're not even qualified to be a traitor. If I were you, I'd find a piece of tofu and kill myself. You think you're worthy of me killing you? Su Yan punched out again, wanting to crush the Kuan king with 2 punches. You're humiliating me. The Kuan king's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a roar. Facing Su Yan's second punch, he recovered at lightning speed. The terrifying power of his bloodline burned. A space-time light rain appeared behind him, and a supreme figure was faintly discernible. The Kuan king used his ultimate technique. Although he didn't cultivate it, he was confident that he could cultivate it in the future and compete with the heavenly supreme. Be suppressed. At this moment, the Kuan king's abilities were vast. He was like the divine king who returned from the ancient times. The figure behind him rippled with terrifying waves of energy that contained the terrifying power of time, crushing the void into pieces. Everything was shattered. This was the Kuan king's strongest battle prowess. One had to admit that he was very outstanding and had the qualifications to be outstanding. It was a pity that he met Su Yan. He was destined to be a tragedy. No matter how strong the aura coming at him was, Su Yan punched out. He wanted to break 10,000 laws and strike 10,000 dows. He wanted to punch the gods and demons that filled the sky. He wanted to kill a blood-stained starry sky and forge his name of being invincible. Everyone's face turned pale. How magnificent was that power! Even the supreme figure behind the Kuan king waved his palm. The power was so shocking that even ghosts and gods would cry. However, the moment Su Yan's fist came, the universe collapsed and the sun and moon sank. Not good. The Kuan king's face turned pale. Su Yan's fist had dispersed the mysterious power of time in his bloodline. This fist came crashing down, causing him to feel as if he was struck by lightning. It was unbearable, and cracks appeared on his sturdy body. Pooh! The Kuan king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was flung out in a miserable state. You're not bad to be able to withstand my second punch, Su Yan said in surprise. Ah! The Kuan king's hair was disheveled, and his body was stained with blood. He looked up and laughed in anger. He crawled up and shouted, You forced me to do this, Su Yan. You forced me to do this. The Kuan king's entire body was burning. The power of the supreme figure's bloodline was also burning, causing his aura to soar. It directly pierced through the heavenly deity's domain and released a monstrous divine aura. Although he could use the power of his bloodline to fight for his life, it would also cause severe damage to his bloodline. He wouldn't use it unless it was an emergency. However, under Su Yan's pressure, he had no choice but to use his trump card. You piece of trash. I'm not in the mood to watch you use your divine arts. I'll send you on your way. Su Yan's eyes released an ominous glint. With a furious roar, a mountain in the distance exploded. Terrifying waves rushed into the sky, causing the vast stars in the sky to tremble and sprinkle down the power of the Milky Way from the nine heavens. Everyone trembled. They were intimidated by Su Yan's explosive aura. Their hearts were rippling with fear. What kind of aura was this? It was too valiant and domineering. Even the world couldn't suppress his brilliance. Su Yan seemed to be in the sea of stars. It was as if a dust-covered imperial star had been unsealed and was surrounded by chaotic light. With this punch, all laws would be destroyed. It was as if the heavens were weeping blood. This punch destroyed everything. Even the Supreme Figure's bloodline was pierced through. All power existed in vain under his peerless sharpness. Su Yan was peerlessly domineering. It was as if he was responding to the world. This punch was even more terrifying. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Many people were sent flying as their corporeal bodies trembled violently. The entire place was in an uproar. It was as if the sea of stars was flowing backward, filling the heaven and earth. The Kuan King exploded. He was killed by Su Yan in 3 punches. Chapter 867. No! Miserable cries reverberated between heaven and earth. This was the Kuan King, yet he had been blasted apart by Su Yan's 3 punches. His body and soul were destroyed, and every drop of blood was wiped clean. All of his glory had come to an end. After 3 consecutive punches, the Kuan King had completely disappeared from this world. There was also a figure standing tall in the blood-stained sky. He had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the bloody light from the Kuan King's explosion. He said coldly, "The Kuan King of the Kuan family is only a so-so. I'll pay the Kuan family a visit some other day to settle the accounts of these years." How domineering was this? A terrifying conviction was burning within him. He had even used such a method to kill the Kuan King in 3 punches. He had killed a young Overlord with a surging reputation in the chaotic ruins. Wah! A huge earthquake erupted within a radius of 100,000 miles. The aftermath of the bloody lights splashed out, causing a large number of creatures to tremble. Fear appeared in their eyes, and they even saw clearly who this person was. Heavens, he killed the Kuan King in 3 punches. That was the Kuan family's strongest expert. It was unknown how many people were trembling as they roared in a low voice. Madman Su is too terrifying. The Ancestral Hall has declared that Su Yan will not live for more than a day. It is still unknown who will not live for more than a day. Too terrifying, too tyrannical. He directly erupted with power and blasted the Kuan King apart. No wonder he dared to come out of seclusion and stand in the eyes of the world. So Su Yan has already cultivated peerless battle prowess. Madman Su is fully deserving of the title of Overlord. The universe's younger generation has revered him for 10 years. This is the truth. The various races are still living in the glory of their ancestors. They are delusional in wanting to change the situation and eliminate Madman Su in advance. Let's see how they will clean up this mess now. This is jealousy. Let's wait and see. I think Madman Su will definitely be invincible in the future. Many people cried out in excitement. Among them were many former admirers of Su Yan. Now, they were indescribably excited. It was as if they were following Su Yan and raising a storm of blood on the path of hegemony. The sky was weeping blood. In this vast world, the bloody light became even more intense. "Kill!" Su Yan shouted coldly. He had completely come out of seclusion. His figure traversed the 8 desolates and 10 lands as he slaughtered all the experts from the Ancestral Hall. Bang! A resplendent staff was pulled out by Su Yan, looking down with disdain. This staff smashed over, crushing an expanse of space, killing the creatures of the 3 great fiend regions on the spot. No matter how powerful their bodies were, they still couldn't withstand the might of a single strike from the immortal Iron Staff. Su Yin rampaged through the blood-stained territory. No one could escape the lock of his divine sense. Just Su Yan's identity as an expert of the occult sect was enough to lock onto the experts hiding in the dark in this land of heaven and earth. He slaughtered his way forward, causing everyone to be thrown off their feet. From the moment King Kuan was killed by Su Yan's 3 punches, they had already lost their will to fight. They hid in the void in fear. No! Someone cried out miserably as half of his body collapsed. Su Yan. A slap came crashing down, causing his half-crippled body to explode. Just like that, the enemy army was slaughtered one after another by Su Yan's bloody methods. A terrifying storm brewed. A bloody calamity was born. Someone said in shock, "Do you think Madman Su can compete with the North Demons for supremacy?" Someone nodded and said with a fanatical tone, "Is there even a need to ask?" There's no suspense at all. Since Su Yin dares to start a massacre here, it means that he has cultivated the belief of being invincible. With his extraordinary battle prowess, he can definitely compete with the Supremes. I actually hope that Madman Su can endure silently and hide in the universe's secret realms, growing stronger in secret. In the future, when he reaches the heavenly deity realm, he can fight with the peak heroes of the various races. That's right. He has to face a situation where the entire world is his enemy. Some people say that Su Yin was born in the wrong race, but I don't think so. If he wasn't born in the burial region, he wouldn't have erupted with such great potential. A person who wants to live is destined to go against the heavens. I seem to see the future of the third passage, where rivers of blood flow and mountains of corpses pile up. This battle shook the heavens and the earth. Many experts who were plucking fortunes stopped to watch this battle. Su Yin killed in all directions, sacrificing the blood of the various races in the ancestral hall. He killed thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, and blood light poured down like a waterfall. His killing intent soared into the heavens. That shadow was terrifying from beginning to end. Standing at its peak, with every breath, a huge amount of primal chaos essence penetrated Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's power to have a tendency to sweep across the 7 heavens of the divine spirit realm. Ha ha! Su Yan looked up to the sky and laughed. His figure emitted a bloody light that intimidated the surroundings. "You madman, you won't have a good ending. My race won't let you off." Several experts who had advanced trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. However, they still roared ferociously, wishing they could swallow Su Yin alive. They had suffered heavy losses in Su Yan's hands, and several powerful generals had died. Bang! Su Yin suddenly raised his palm and obliterated them completely. Moreover, his sharp eyes gazed at the blue dome of heaven. Su Yan's gaze could be seen from the space-time treasure. It was a kind of disdain. Damn it, bastards. A bunch of trash. The great characters of the ancestral hall were flustered and exasperated. The outcome was too different from what they had expected. They originally thought Su Yin wouldn't live past a day, but after half a day, the great races had suffered heavy losses. Most importantly, they had helped Su Yin for no reason at all. Not only had his damaged prestige recovered, but it had even increased sharply. I hate this. The entire Kuan family was so angry that their hearts and lungs were trembling. Their eyes had turned red. The most powerful expert of the younger generation, the Kuan king, had been killed by Su Yin in 3 punches. This was a humiliation. The divine king couldn't bear this kind of fury. He faced the sky and let out a furious roar. He almost couldn't control himself and rushed into the corpse blood sea to kill Su Yin. The various scenes projected by the space-time treasure also shocked the myriad races of the universe. A young overlord was killed in 3 punches, and the number one the Kuan family at that. Just how strong was Su Yin now? Could it be that he really had the strength to fight against a supremacy? So strong, truly so strong. Yuchui clenched her fists. Her aged face was full of astonishment. How could she have imagined that Su Yin would be so tyrannical in this domain? Was he a supremacy? She was even puzzled as to how Liang Yan and Su Yin had a friendship. She didn't know if she should be happy or bitterly smiling. After all, Su Yan's troubles were too great. He had the entire world as his enemy. This was only a small storm. There were more cruel trials waiting for him in the future. Could Su Yan survive? Su Yan is still alive. He's even stronger now. I really don't know what kind of origin energy he fused with. His battle strength is actually so tyrannical. Some of the divine kings of the Daluo dynasty and the martial clan were agitated. Their choice to help Su Yan in the past was the right decision. In the future, Su Yan would most likely stand up again. As long as he could stand firm in the third channel, he would definitely become an overlord in the future. At the entrance of the primal chaos channel, the atmosphere in this grand area was oppressive. Boundless flames of anger were boiling. From this moment on, the various races in the ancestral hall were furious. They had to eliminate Su Yan and cut off his path to invincibility. In this situation, if he could still kill his way through the third channel, Su Yan's prestige would be even more terrifying. Don't worry, the North Demon will definitely kill Su Yan. At this moment, a divine king of the demon region coldly said, "The North Demon is probably searching for Su Yan right now. Just wait. Once Su Yan meets the North Demon Highness, he won't live past the first day." These words caused the anger in the hearts of the various races in the ancestral hall to dissipate. That's right, the North Demon was in the third channel. The two of them had a great enmity. Once they met, there would definitely be a peak battle. "Su Yan, you evil creature, just wait for your death. You won't live past the first day." The Kuan family's half-step almighty's shrill voice penetrated the vast primal chaos channel and exploded in the outer regions of the third channel. This was the ferocious killing intent of a half-step almighty that could split the sky. Haha, cherish the remaining time. The North Demon will kill you. Young man, don't think that just because you have some achievements, you can stand out and challenge the peak races. This third channel will be your burial ground. The great figure spoke, his voice shaking the heavens and transmitting to the third channel. From this moment on, Su Yan's eyes blazed. His killing intent surged like the sea. Ha ha ha! Su Yan laughed. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes. They were sharper than a heavenly blade, cutting through the void. His killing intent overflowed. He's running away. The great figures outside were watching the battle. When they saw Su Yan suddenly leave, they were somewhat disappointed. Using spatial bending, Su Yan crossed the vast territory and rushed towards the end of the primal chaos channel like a bolt of lightning. His speed was very fast because Su Yan had also used the Space Beast skin, but he discovered that the Space Beast skin's strength had been greatly suppressed. This meant that in the primal chaos channel, one's strength could only reach the heavenly deity realm. Even secret treasures were suppressed. But Su Yan only used the Space Beast skin to cross the universe. Because his speed was too fast, many of the spectators found it difficult to lock onto Su Yan's general location. That evil creature is running away. When he finally left, I could faintly see the aura of the North Fae rushing over. Su Yan was scared away by the North Fae. That's right, the North Fae had already arrived at his destination. After asking around, he heard that Su Yan had left in a certain direction. His subordinate immediately shouted, "Su Yan is running away. He can't escape. The third channel will be his burial ground." The North Fae's might shook the universe. His eyes shone with a cold, killing intent as he followed Su Yan out of the area. He swore that Su Yan would not live past the first day. "Evil creature, you can't escape. The third channel will be a dead end. Cherish the remaining time. Cherish the remaining years of your life." Many cold and sinister voices could be heard. The experts of the Ancestral Hall hated Su Yan to the bone. They felt that they would soon be able to see the scene of Su Yan being executed. Look, Su Yan has escaped to the end of the third channel. At this moment, someone used a space-time secret treasure to lock onto Su Yan's location. They all shook their heads. He has already lost his mind. There are not many escape routes. I think the North Fae will be here soon. The next moment, the spectators' hearts trembled. Someone cried out, "What is he trying to do?" Boom! The entire territory seemed to be shaking. Su Yan's aura became even more terrifying. His aura had changed completely. He was like a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage and rushed to the end of the channel. These people were frightened. Su Yan was in the chaotic zone between the channels. I want to see who can't live past the first day. Today, I will kill to my heart's content. Su Yan's killing intent surged. He wanted to push through the 10 channels and sacrifice the people of the ancestral hall. Chapter 868. The 10 channels weren't connected to each other. That was because they were separated by a vast area of chaos, which was full of chaotic energy. It was very likely that anyone who tried to break in would die. Of course, some people had succeeded and some had failed. All in all, it was very difficult to break through a channel, and nobody would bother to do so. Conquering a chaotic divine mountain was already a great fortune. But now, they all saw Su Yan rushing into the chaotic area and trying to break through a channel. Ha! That little bastard is desperate. He even dares to break through a channel. It seems that the North Monster has forced him into a corner. Su Yan is panicking. If he tries to avoid the North Monster, he might be killed in the process. That's right. The channel is very difficult to break through. It seems that the North Monster has scared Su Yan out of his wits. However, it'll be a pity if Su Yan really dies in the channel. The bloody incident in the 3rd channel attracted the attention of the experts of various races. The space-time treasure had already shown the scene of Su Yan rushing into the chaotic area. The moment he rushed in, he was covered by the chaotic light. Su Yan's figure was blurred, as if he had really disappeared. He had really been crushed by the chaotic area. When he first arrived, the pressure was indeed terrifying. Even Su Yan's body couldn't withstand it, but he had to try. Su Yan's goal was the chaotic divine mountain, not the 10 chaotic divine mountains. He had to force his way in, or he would be pushed back to the 3rd channel by the space-time altar. Roar! He roared in the chaotic area, and his whole body glowed. Su Yan dared to try mainly because he had the chaotic origin gas, which would prevent him from being seriously injured during the process. His body seemed to have transformed into a concentrated eye of the primal chaos sea. As it continued to shine, the primal chaos zone that was pressing down on him began to rumble. The primal chaos energy that filled the sky began to disperse in all directions. A passageway was forcefully opened by Su Yan, just like that. Some of the onlookers were shocked. How could it be so easy? Su Yan directly opened a channel and rushed into the 2nd channel. Did Su Yan fuse with the supreme-grade chaotic origin gas? Someone murmured. They felt that he was so relaxed because of his constitution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pass through the chaotic area so easily. But was it really the supreme-grade origin gas? Some people felt that the buried region couldn't find a good origin gas for Su Yan. It was a pity that King Kuan had died. After all, the origin gas was most effective in the domain of the celestial god, or the divine king's domain. Su Yan, where do you think you're going? The North Monster. The battle generals were worried and didn't want the North Yao to chase after Su Yan. The main reason was because the North Monster should be conquering the chaotic divine mountain and not wasting time on Su Yan. Since Su Yan had been scared away by the North Monster, it meant that this person didn't dare to fight the North Monster. There was no possibility of that happening in the future, but the North Monster wanted to kill Su Yan. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be at ease. He also chose to pass through the chaotic area and chase after Su Yan. Around the 2nd channel, a terrifying aura spread out from the edge of the area. The cultivators who were searching for treasures were shocked. Then, their faces turned green. They saw a figure with a terrifying aura rush out from the chaotic area. Motherf asterisk her, this is the edge. We try to hide, but who would have thought that a peerless, ruthless person would pass through the chaotic area and come here from the 3rd channel? Ruthless, he's really ruthless. They were all furious, but they didn't dare to breathe too loudly. The figure that came out from the chaotic area had a terrifying aura. Just a little bit of his blood essence was enough to cause their blood to churn and their bodies to tremble. When Su Yin attacked with all his strength, the killing intent he emitted made these cultivators uneasy. They were afraid that they would meet a demon king who killed without blinking an eye. The 10 channels had been opened for half a day. The battles in the outer regions were very fierce. Blood spattered everywhere. The number of people who died was immeasurable. Too many people had fallen in the path of the charge. There were even some young overlords who took over the mountains and sealed the surrounding 100,000 miles, forbidding any living beings from entering. Without a doubt, they were dividing the land and harvesting the various fortunes in the chaotic channels. Almost all the peak races had made their moves. They wanted to harvest a huge amount of cultivation resources from the 10 channels. When Su Yin rushed over, the cultivators in this area couldn't help but tremble. His aura was too domineering, suffocating them. Some cultivators took the initiative to offer the chaotic herbs they had harvested to Su Yin, hoping that he wouldn't start a massacre. Su Yin was shockingly cold. He was like a demon king patrolling his territory. Are there experts from the Ancestral Hall, the Dark Nether race, the Kuan family, the Demon region, and the Divine Firmament sect nearby? Su Yan's words were like a large bell, oppressing people's hearts and shaking them to the point that they were about to lose their souls. They could not help but open their mouths. They were well aware that these tribes were suppressing the second passageway. When the terrifying aura in their hearts dissipated, they came back to their senses. They panted heavily and shouted, "The world is changing." That person is Su Yin. He's asking about the whereabouts of the experts from the Ancestral Hall. He wants to. These people were terrified. Could it be that Su Yin wanted to kill everyone and attack them first? So far, the leading experts of the various races had rushed to the center of the chaotic channels. Their target was the chaotic Divine Mountain. Therefore, there were very few experts guarding the outer regions. Could it be that these cultivators didn't dare to imagine? Now, the various races had joined forces to target Su Yin. It had even reached the point of being the enemy of the entire world. Even the Supremes wanted to kill Su Yin. However, at this critical juncture, could it be that Su Yin wanted to make a strong move and kill to stop the killing? They all felt that it was impossible. However, in just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they were shocked. The starry sky, 30,000 miles away, shook violently. Blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the ground red. Miserable wails rang out, shocking the experts who were searching for treasures in all directions. They looked into the distance and saw an unbelievable scene. That was a treasured land that nurtured quite a bit of primal chaos precious liquids and primal chaos precious medicines. There were even some strange trees that were covered in all sorts of fruits, causing others to go red with envy. Many cultivators in the vicinity knew about this clearly. However, this treasure land had been conquered by the Ancestral Hall. They had even announced that trespassers would be killed without mercy. At that time, their memories were still fresh. The Ancestral Hall went on a killing spree, slaughtering many experts, causing a disaster. When the news spread, no one dared to go to this treasure land anymore. However, what do they see now? This treasure land shook and exploded. A figure exploded in the bloody light, swallowing the starry sky and dominating the world. Su Yin went on a killing spree, sweeping through the entire treasure land, killing the people of the Ancestral Hall who were fleeing. "I'll send you all on your way," Su Yin roared. His courage was peerless. He swung the immortal iron staff, smashing the entire treasure land until earth and stone overflowed into the sky. Smoke and dust surged, accompanied by thick blood, surging into the heavens. It was like the vast earth was surging with a bloody wave, accompanied by a miserable aura, shaking heaven and earth. The people in the surroundings were stunned. What was going on? Didn't the Ancestral Hall seal off this treasure land and take over the mountain? However, why did this kind of disaster happen now? The thick smell of blood surged, dyeing the clouds red. It was a scene of bloody doomsday. There were a few daring individuals who went over to take a look, but they were frightened by the scene inside. Su Yin had long withdrawn, but the world he left behind was a mess. There were corpses everywhere, some experts who didn't die completely, still releasing howls of despair. Just now, someone slaughtered his way in, sweeping through the entire treasure land, taking away all types of primal chaos fruits they plucked. This matter triggered great waves. How could it be like this? The ancestral hall was high up above. Who dared pluck the fur from a tiger's butt? Now, their clan's Zhu Tian appeared in a high-profile manner, saying that he was going to take down a chaotic divine mountain. However, right now, a treasure land was overturned, corpses everywhere, the scene too horrible to endure. What kind of vicious person is this? Was it done by a peak hero? He swept away a large amount of treasures, already leaving far away. However, this matter will be investigated sooner or later. There are quite a few daring individuals who came, watching one after another, giving their opinions. However, only an hour had passed. About 80,000 kilometers away from this place, the aura of the ferocious person who had swept through the treasure land once again appeared. Su Yin, who had completely erupted, had an aura that could swallow rivers and mountains. Who are you? A large number of experts from the Divine Firmament sect were furious. Someone had barged into their treasure land. What did he want to do? No, he's Su Yin. Someone suddenly recognized Su Yin. His expression changed drastically, and his scalp went numb. Wasn't this vicious person in the third passage? Why did he suddenly come to the second passage? Boom. Soon, the treasure land trembled violently, as if the supreme divine king had come out of seclusion, stepping on the sky, suppressing everyone. Blood essence light gushed out of his pores like thousands of ribbons, sweeping through the entire treasure land. Su Yin hated the Divine Firmament sect to the core. They were ungrateful, especially King Flash, who had gone to the Milky Way to make a scene, wanting to kill him. Now, Su Yin was venting the flames of fury that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, roaring so loudly that it shook the mountains. He erupted, his body charged toward the treasure land, swinging his immortal iron staff forward, and the few experts blocking his way were directly sent flying. The whole treasure land was trembling, and the commotion was extremely shocking. The onlookers in the distance saw a vicious person going crazy, sinking a mountain range. He fought the experts of the Divine Firmament sect, dyeing the world with blood, fully displaying the style of an overlord. No one could stop him. He killed one person with every step, sweeping through the Divine Firmament sect's resource land, killing until the sun and moon lost their light, blood splattering the universe. Big news! Su Yin passed through the chaotic zone, forcefully barged into the second passage, and started a massacre. The large groups of the Ancestral Hall suffered heavy losses, and the resource land that they had just conquered was directly swept away by Madman Su. A large number of heavenly god experts died, and the strongholds of these large groups in the second passage were completely uprooted. The whole world was shocked, and the entire second passage continued to be in an uproar. The big shots outside all sucked in a cold breath. This was too crazy, killing without caring about the consequences. Was he trying to stop the killing with killing? Even before this, the large groups of the Ancestral Hall had threatened that Su Yin would not live past the first day. However, the first day had already passed. Yet in the end, the large groups suffered heavy losses, losing large amounts of resources and treasures, all of them falling into Su Yin's pockets. However, another terrifying piece of news came, causing a huge commotion. Madman Su once again passed through the chaotic zone, his destination being the first passage. What exactly is he trying to do? This madman, who knows what exactly he wants to do? Could it be that he wants to slaughter his way through, offering the 10 great passages as a blood sacrifice? Impossible. If it really is like this, then the large groups of experts charging into the chaotic Divine Mountain are about to turn around and directly cripple Su Yin. They can't just watch as he continues to act arrogantly. The commotion caused by this matter was too shocking, and there were countless people who clapped and cheered. This was how it should be done. The large groups were too tyrannical, sealing the heaven and earth, forcefully occupying the resource land, not leaving them any soup. However, Su Yin acted tyrannically, sweeping through all of the resource land in the second passage. This matter was completely blown up. Chapter 869. Su Yan's tyrannical rupture had also dispelled the rumors of him escaping from the North Demon. Originally, the experts of the various sects had thought that Su Yan had been scared away by the North Demon. However, things were different now. Su Yan had recovered and taken over the various treasured lands of the various races. Such a response had caused the Ancestral Hall to go crazy. Su Yan's actions were too fast. Even if someone went to inform the Ancestral Hall might not give up on the fight for the Chaotic Divine Mountain because of Su Yan. Currently, the various young overlords were all trying to enter the Chaotic Divine Mountain. They had no time to deal with Su Yan. Su Yan has really matured. With such a peak hero going on a killing spree, the various factions are destined to pay a heavy price. That's right, unless the various Supremes hunt down Su Yan, who can stop his invincible footsteps. Moreover, the Ancestral Hall's forces in the various passageways are like a sheet of loose sand. It's impossible for them to gather together in a short period of time. Who would have thought that he would go on a killing spree? Moreover, Su Yan's actions are too fast. Even if they really went to inform the Ancestral Hall, their resource lands would have been swept away before they even arrived. The experts of the various factions were shocked. This was too crazy. With such a bloody and tyrannical method, overturning their resource lands, it was completely a matter of life and death. But to challenge the various peak factions alone, wasn't Su Yan worried that he would die without a burial ground? Or did he feel that he couldn't live anymore and wanted to do something big before he died? Su Yan definitely has some special method to quickly pass through the Chaotic Divine Mountain. Someone noticed that Su Yan had already rushed into the first passageway. However, the North Demon had only just entered the second passageway and was even injured. No one doubted the North Demon's combat strength. They felt that Su Yan had some special method that could allow him to pass through the Chaotic Divine Mountain in a short period of time. What? He went to the first passageway? Bastard! The North Demon was furious. It took him a lot of effort to enter the second passageway. In the end, someone told him that Su Yan had already gone to the first passageway. Even before that, he unleashed a great massacre, sweeping through the precious lands of various clans, slaughtering a large area. This made the North Yao furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. This was a type of humiliation. My lord, we can't charge anymore. One of the generals under the North Demon's command hurriedly reminded him, from here to the first passage, it will take at least 1 or 2 days. If we go back, we will waste too much time. Our goal is the Chaotic Divine Mountain. Killing Su Yan is nothing. It is not worth wasting too much time. Your Highness, you must think twice. These people's words awakened the North Demon. It temporarily extinguished the flames of anger that were rampaging in its body. Its ambition was to conquer the Chaotic Divine Mountain. If he wasted too much time hunting down Su Yan, and someone managed to reach the Chaotic Divine Mountain before him and plunder all kinds of fortunes, everything would be for naught. Furthermore, the North Demon had to make a breakthrough in the Chaotic Divine Mountain in order to catch up. After all, their goal in the future was to compete with the descendants of the various dangerous lands and overlords in the Chaos Ruins, not Su Yan. Don't think that the Chaotic Divine Mountain's chaotic heavenly essence was endless. Generally speaking, there was only enough for a few experts to pass through the heavenly god domain, and in the process, they might even break through several minor realms. The North Demon also needed to nurture a group of generals. Thus, he had to conquer a Chaotic Divine Mountain. Only then could he lead the experts under him to conquer a universe mystic realm in the future. Let's go back first. I will wait for Su Yan at the third passageway. The North Demon felt that Su Yan should return. He was prepared to wait at the third passageway for 3 days. He directly said, "Let the experts outside send a message that I, the North Demon, will wait for him at the third passageway. Let's see if he has the guts to return to the third passageway." The North Demon could only return and guard the third passageway to prevent the fortunes from being taken by others. Su Yin had already arrived at the first passageway. However, he was disappointed. The first 3 passageways did not cause any changes in the celestial jade. It seems like the chaotic immortal mountain is in the other 7 passageways. Su Yin sighed slightly. Then, he muttered in his heart, I have to speed up. I hope the chaotic immortal mountain is really one of the 10 chaotic divine mountains. Even if the 10 chaotic divine mountains were not immortal mountains, the chaotic immortal mountain would definitely be near the passageway. In short, it was only a matter of time before he found the chaotic immortal mountain. Su Yin was filled with anticipation. He moved as fast as lightning. When he arrived at the first passageway, he asked around and found out that the Kuan family had a stronghold at the first passageway. Su Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Compared to the ancestral hall and the other clans, Su Yin wanted to wipe out the Kuan family more. Once a generation was lost, the Kuan family would have no hope in the future. Kuan family, I am coming. Su Yan's movements were very fast. He was infinitely close to his destination. Oh, Su Yin frowned. He looked down at the ancient land in front of him that was steaming with chaotic light. It was an empty land of treasures. There was not even a shadow of a person. This made Su Yan's face turn black. Did they escape? That little bastard. He really went. If I don't get rid of this kid, I won't be at ease. The big shots of the Kuan family who were entrenched in the outside world cursed. As they expected, Su Yin really went to the treasures occupied by the Kuan family. Fortunately, they had informed them in time. Otherwise, a calamity would have happened. After all, the Kuan family was not a peak clan. Losing some face was nothing. However, if their clansmen were to die in Su Yan's hands, the loss would be too great. Their Kuan king was already dead. They could not afford to suffer any more losses. Some clans were laughing coldly. They were here to watch a joke. So what if they were a strong clan in the chaotic ruins? So what if there were half-step supreme experts overseeing the clan? They did not dare to face Su Yin directly. They were hiding to avoid disaster. Some people found it laughable. They even thought it was a signal. What was the meaning of this? Without a young supreme being leading them, there was no way they could contend with Su Yin for supremacy. He had only killed for 1 day and 1 night in the primal chaos channel. Yet he had already intimidated the myriad clans of the universe. One could imagine how important Madman Su was in their hearts. You want to run? Have you asked for my permission? Su Yin sneered. His divine sense surged and enveloped the entire ancient land. He was sensing the remnant life aura of the primal chaos treasures. Following that, Su Yan's heavenly eyes lit up. He seemed to have disappeared from the mortal world. He was merging with the vast territory. He used a strange, secret technique to observe the surroundings. He followed the remnant life aura of the primal chaos treasures and began to search for traces of the fleeing Kuan family cultivators. Soon, Su Yin locked onto a target. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He locked onto a small mountain about 10,000 miles away. The life aura began to disappear from there. Boom! In an instant, Su Yan's figure tore through the sky. Because his speed was too fast, it caused a terrifying large crack to appear wherever he passed. It penetrated for over 5,000 kilometers, and it shocked the cultivators who were searching for treasures in all directions. Following that, a great explosion occurred at his destination. The vast territory trembled, and the boundless mountains and forests were in turmoil. It was as if a peerless demon lord had descended into the world. It caused the wilderness to rumble and the mountains to rise and fall continuously. Who was that person? Many people were fearful because Su Yan's might was too great. They could not clearly see Su Yan's specific appearance. Get out here, he was shouting. Moreover, his hands were behind his back. His black hair draped over his shoulders like a king who suppressed the world as he overlooked the small mountain. Many people were puzzled. What was going on? Was there someone below the small mountain? The spectators really did not see anything. However, when some people approached and saw Su Yan's appearance, they were all alarmed. Wasn't this madman Su? How could he have come to the first channel? Get out here! Another cold shout exploded. The voice penetrated metal and cracked stone like the beating of a heavenly drum. It caused the expressions of those who approached to change. Blood almost flowed out from their mouths and noses. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They turned pale with fright and retreated one after another. Kacha! Moreover, the entire small mountain was split into pieces. Even the spatial formation protecting this place showed signs of collapse. Immediately, some people saw over 100 Kuin family cultivators hiding in the space within. The surroundings were in an uproar. How could this be? The Kuin family people had gone into hiding to avoid Madman Su. Didn't they say that their clan would replace the Burial Region's clan? Bastard! How did he find this place? The experts entrenched outside the channel roared. They could not endure this kind of humiliation. Each and every one of them roared like a madman. Back then, the Kuin king had escaped and caused the Kuin family to lose face. Now, the Kuin family heroes were hiding, but they were directly dug out by Su Yin. This kind of humiliation was enough to make the divine king want to commit suicide. In the shattered space, the group of Kuin family members trembled. It was really difficult to look at Su Yin directly. It was as if they had escaped into Su Yan's invincible domain. That person was seething with all kinds of terrifying divine might, suppressing them until they trembled. Their legs did not listen to them, and it was hard for them to stand still. You are so strong. You shouldn't be targeting us. You should be fighting the North Demon. Some Kuin family experts roared. They felt that Su Yin was bullying the weak. They could not stop Su Yin at all. If they acted rashly, they would be crushed. A group of traitors, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? Su Yin had his hands behind his back. He looked down at the group of Kuin family youths and said coldly, "If you want to rebel, then so be it. You still have the face to target my clan. Have you forgotten how the word shame is written? What's laughable is that your Kuin family is openly targeting my clan." His words were sharp, shaking their souls and emitting a grand Tao sound. At this moment, Su Yin was like the head of Kuin family, judging their sins. Su Yan's words made many Kuin family members unable to bear it. They hugged their heads and screamed. They did not want to bear this kind of infamy. Why were they labeled as traitors from the start? Why? If any of you know that you're lost and want to return, kneel down and kowtow to the ancestors of my burial region. Then you can leave safely. Su Yin said coldly, "I can spare your lives. As for the others, none of them can live. You are so ruthless." Some Kuin family experts could not bear it and shouted. They left the space and fled frantically. Humph! Su Yan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He coldly snorted. It contained a kind of mighty force, causing the space to tremble. They screamed as they fled. Their hearts were ruptured. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Their bodies were like mud as they screamed in despair. Su Yan's strength made them despair. Why do I have to bear all of this? Some Kuin family members stood up and kowtowed. They shouted angrily, "The sins of our ancestors should not be borne by me. I am not a traitor. I do not want to bear all of this. From now on, I leave the Kuin family. I am no longer a member of the Kuin family." The world calmed down. The faces of the experts who were entrenched outside the passageway stiffened. Someone saw the divine king of Kuin family, Kuin Tianyu, coughing out blood from his heart. He let out a series of low roars like a mad beast. Chapter 870. A stifling roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Kuin Tianyu, the divine king who stood in his golden years and the head of the Kuin family, clenched his fists and bowed his head, constantly roaring. Many people felt a chill run down their spines. Too many experts were outside the Chaos Channel, watching the battle of the younger generation. But now, most of their gazes were focused on the first channel. What were they seeing? One by one, the Kuin family's young cultivators were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to a peerlessly graceful figure. This scene had truly frightened them. There were also some experts who looked at the group of experts from the Kuin family with mocking eyes. This originally disgraceful history, with the rise of Madman Su, had now intimidated the younger generation of the Kuin family into kneeling and kowtowing, repenting for their sins. They had even left the entire Kuan family. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this stain was infinitely magnified. A former traitor, now a divine king, was about to go crazy. He was so angry that his body was trembling. They wanted nothing more than to chop Su Yin alive and chop these clansmen alive. Bastard. The Kuan family's half-step supreme experts were about to go crazy, their faces turning green. They originally thought that once the Chaos Channel opened, the Kuan king would become famous and lead the Kuan family to glory and prosperity. In the end, in less than half a day, King Kuan was killed by Su Yin with 3 punches. Even the younger generation of the Kuan clan knelt in front of Su Yin one after another as they trembled and began to repent for their sins. What was this? They might as well die and be done with it. If they did this, how could the Kuan family establish itself in the future? Who would dare to cooperate with them? Su Yin, Su Yin, Kuan Tianyu angrily roared. His face twisted as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. I swear, I will kill you. I will kill you, ah. Even the divine king could not control himself. At least 30 people from the Kuan family stood out, kowtowed, and left the Kuan family. This kind of humiliation was a stain that could never be erased. Even if the Burial Realms clans were truly exterminated, this stain would accompany the Kuan family for a long time. The entire audience was in an uproar. The great figures of the various clans were all frightened. What was this? Su Yin possessed an invincible demeanor. This peerless overlord was looking down on his peers, causing the Kuan family's younger generation to lose their confidence and fighting spirit. This deterrence was too frightening. If the top elites did not make a move, who could compete with Madman Su? The Ancestral Hall's clan's faces was, if he was allowed to continue to grow, he would definitely rise in the future. At that time, the Burial Realms clans, woods, clans. This was impossible. Clans' realm. S's divine ancestors, ancestor divine, KS divine ancestor. A god king from the ancestral hall coldly said, if I don't kill this person, I won't be at ease. I can't let him continue to grow. Although they felt that it was impossible for Su Yin to occupy any of the Chaos Divine Mountains and reach the peak to seek the fortune. If they could not kill Su Yin in the Primal Chaos Channel, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea when he entered the Primal Chaos ruins in the future. At that time, it would be troublesome. Once he obtained the fortune, there was hope for the Divine King. No! Zhu Yan was stood out and shook his head. Zhu Tian is approaching the 10th Channel's Chaos Divine Mountain. If we let him return now, the 10th Channel will lose the protection of our Ancestral Hall. Otherwise, there will be experts from all walks of life attacking the 10th Channel. That's right. It's not worth it for a single Su Yin. Our Zhu Tian walks the path of invincibility. We can't turn back and hunt him down for a single Su Yin. It will damage our reputation. That's reasonable. Let it be arrogant for a few more days. Once our Zhu Tian obtains the fortune, he will deal with Su Yin. The core members of the Ancestral Hall were gathered at the 10th Channel. Their goal was to occupy a Chaos Divine Mountain. But if Zhu Tian left the 10th Channel, they would lose the opportunity to occupy it. The consequences would be severe. Now, the experts of various races outside were laughing at them. In short, they felt that the Kuan family was completely crippled. It was equivalent to a gap in the younger generation. Was there any hope for them to rise again in the future? Now, a small half of the Kuan family's younger generation of cultivators walked out and left the Kuan family. This caused a huge commotion. After all, they were a powerful race in the universe and had a great reputation in the Primal Chaos ruins. And now, they were intimidated by Su Yin, and such a ridiculous thing happened. Scram! Su Yin stood in the void and looked down at the group of retreating Kuan family youths. He kept his promise and did not kill them. You traitors! More people were persevering. Some lost control and roared. In the next moment, everyone was dead silent. A palm stretched out from Su Yan's back. It was like a world in the palm, covering the sky. The palm was infinitely enlarged and filled with all kinds of terrifying light. It descended from the sky. The group of Kuan family cultivators felt like they were struck by lightning. Their hearts were filled with fear. As Su Yan's palm descended, their bodies were about to explode. I surrender. Someone could not help but stand out. He did not want to die here. He did not want to be slapped to death by Su Yan. He wanted to live like the others before him. Unfortunately, there was only one chance. Su Yan was cold and merciless. With a slap, the void exploded. Even the Kuan family cultivators who were hiding in the space array were pulverized. Their blood was like a big waterfall, dyeing the shattered void red. The onlookers were frightened. They looked at Su Yan's back and felt that he was too tall. It was difficult for them to see him clearly. This kind of ruthless and domineering aura caused them to shiver. A single slap to wipe out a group of heroes. This kind of power caused their hair to stand on end. The surviving Kuan family cultivators frantically ran for their lives. They were really worried that this demon king would change his mind and turn around to kill them along the way. Hee, Su Yan, you are bullying the weak. You still want to make an enemy out of the North demons. You are really a disgrace to our generation. A cold sneer suddenly rang out. In this silent world, a figure with a cold aura appeared. This person had a human face and a snake body. His body flowed with the blood of a half-human, half-monster. With a single glance, one could tell that he was an expert of the North monster tribe. Its eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. I see that you are having fun killing them. Why don't you want to fight the North demons head-on? You only know how to deal with these weaklings. Are you trying to find a sense of existence here? Hee, you are really funny. Back in the demon court, who was it that wanted to kill the North demons with 3 punches? The North demons are here? The onlookers were shocked. Was it going to be a peak battle in the first passage? You are neither a human nor a ghost. Su Yan turned around and coldly glanced at the expert from the Northern Demon Tribe. His words enraged the expert from the Northern Demon Tribe. He pointed at Su Yan and angrily rebuked. Do you dare to say that in front of the Northern Demon Tribe? Wong. 2 cold lights shot out from Su Yan's eyes. They involuntarily exuded a terrifying aura. The invisible pressure was like a mountain pressing down on the North Demon expert. It was suffocating and uncomfortable. Its heart could not help but feel like it was about to collapse. Su Yan, it roared in a low voice. What is the point of bullying the weak? If you have the ability, go to the 3rd passage and find the North demons. He is waiting for you there. Then it screamed in pain. Su Yan kicked it to death in the void. Everyone was in an uproar. The messenger sent by the North demons was killed by Su Yan with a single kick. Was this a response to the North demons? Or was he trying to do something? Su Yan, you evil creature. You even killed the messenger. I think you are crazy. A North demon expert roared from the outside world. It reached the 1st passage. If you have the guts, go to the 3rd passage. The North demons are waiting for you there. If you don't have the guts to hide in the 1st passage forever. The North demons, right? If you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. Su Yan's blood essence surged and pierced through the clouds. It was as if a giant mountain was pressing down on this place. His murderous intent caused the world to rumble. What is he trying to do? Some people cried out in surprise. They saw Su Yan disappear on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already crossed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. He was heading toward the chaotic zone of the 1st passage. Does Su Yan really dare to compete with the North demons? Look, he is going to the chaotic zone of the 1st passage. He is going to pass through the chaotic zone and rush toward the 2nd passage. Crazy, this is crazy. The chaos ruins have only just begun. Is the peak battle about to erupt? Is a battle of this level really going to erupt? No, I think Su Yan wants to clear his name. He is only one battle away from being conferred the title of supremacy. He is one of the peak heroes of the universe. Everyone was shocked. Even the big shots from the outside world were shocked. Could it be that Su Yan really dared to go to the 3rd passage? Arrogant bug. What does he think the North demons are? He is in a hurry to die. Su Yan, you are too arrogant. You have never faced a supremacy before. The North demons are enough to make you understand reality. The strong cultivators of the North demons were enraged. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They were truly enraged. After all, Su Yin didn't hesitate and directly rushed over. His actions had already infuriated them. They felt that Su Yin was provoking the invincible dignity of the North Demons. Some people thought that Su Yin was bluffing, but they were wrong. After Su Yin arrived at the second passage, he directly rushed toward the chaotic zone of the second passage. At this moment, a storm was brewing. A peak battle was about to erupt. At the same time, it was clear just how powerful Su Yin was. Look, someone is passing through the chaotic zone. This generation is too crazy. In the past, when the 10 passages opened, almost no one passed through the chaotic zone. They fought for the resources of the other passages. But now, someone else is passing through the third passage. The third passage is guarded by the North Demons. What is this person trying to do? Many experts gathered at the edge of the third passage, with the North Demons guarding it. Everyone wanted to know if a peak battle would occur. In the end, a figure forcefully opened up a passage in the chaotic zone. When that person appeared, the heavens and earth trembled. The energy fluctuations were intense, as if a vast ocean was rushing into the sky, filling the entire firmament. I am here, North Demons. I am here to die. Under the stunned gazes of the people, that figure blazed like a war king looking down on the world. His voice was like the bell of the great Tao, echoing through the vast horizon. Chapter 871. The Northern Goblin was one of the 4 supreme beings of the universe. Eastern Demon, Western Buddha, Southern Emperor, and Northern Goblin. Any one of these 4 was a famous existence. They were the strongest of a younger generation and were given the title of supreme beings. They were known as the supreme beings of the universe. Without a doubt, they were invincible existences. They were undefeatable when fighting against those of the same level. The Northern Goblin occupied the third passage. His muscular body shone brightly. His entire body was covered in golden scales. He was like an overlord of the Goblin Tao, his might shocking the sun and moon. There was no one within 10,000 miles of him. Everyone was shocked by the Northern Goblin's killing intent. Anyone who got close to him felt like their bodies were being torn apart. It was extremely difficult to withstand. Many people were shocked. In the past, the Northern Goblin was as stable as Mount Tai. He was majestic and tall, and it was difficult to estimate his combat strength. But the Northern Goblin here in the Chaos Ruins was filled with killing intent. He was peerless and had a terrifying might that could shatter the heavens. This kind of power and dominance caused everyone to pale. The Northern Goblin was definitely waiting for Su Yin to appear here. Everyone knew that Su Yin had ruined the Northern Goblin's plan. The Goblin Realm meeting had ended just like that. The Northern Goblin had no face left. Now that Su Yin had appeared, the Northern Goblin's desire to kill him burned even more fiercely. His killing intent was shocking. A day has already passed. Su Yin still doesn't dare to come. Master, let's go to the Chaos Divine Mountain. There was a group of generals under the Northern Goblin. They were furious, but Su Yin still didn't show up. There was nothing they could do. Now was the time to fight for supremacy of the Chaos Divine Mountain. Su Yin wasn't the only one in the third passage. There were also a dozen other top experts of the younger generation. If the Northern Goblin was late, then a portion of the Chaos Divine Mountain's fortune would be taken by them. They would be the ones to suffer. However, just as he finished speaking, the Chaos Ruins trembled. The Primal Chaos Zone trembled fiercely. A figure appeared, blazing into the heavens. The words he spoke made the boundless territory seem as if it began to tremble. Northern Goblin, come and accept your death. It was just a short sentence, but it exuded a peerless, domineering aura. It shook the entire place and caused a huge commotion. Countless people felt their hair stand on end. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. This was too domineering. The North Demon had come to accept his death. A peak existence in the universe had come to accept his death. Too arrogant. Lunatic. This lunatic. He's too crazy. Tell the Northern Yao to come and die. The crowd trembled. They had come here to watch the battle, hoping to see a great battle between 2 peak experts. But in the end, Su Yin had just appeared, and the northern Yao had already come to accept his death. Who could endure such words? Moreover, he was the Grand Northern Yao, the fully deserving #1 expert of the Yao region. Just how strong is Su Yan? He dares to say such words. Many people also looked at Su Yan. There were also many admirers of Su Yan. They all stared at the figure that had rushed out from the chaotic area. Since he had already come, he was already prepared to compete with the Northern Yao for supremacy. Su Yan's eyes burned with killing intent. His long black hair draped over his shoulders. His tall and straight body was like a giant sword embryo that pierced into the heavens. He exuded an aura that could slaughter gods and destroy Buddhas. He had already rushed out of the chaotic area and saw the Northern Yao occupying this area. His sharp eyes stared at the Northern Yao. "You're too arrogant." The Northern Yao was shocked and furious. A muffled sound of thunder appeared from his body. A terrifying killing intent leaked out, shocking the world. Just the aura that leaked out on its own was enough to cause the mountains and rivers to rumble. It was powerful and terrifying. Its aura was even stronger, causing all the spectators to tremble in fear. They all retreated quickly, worried that they would be injured by the Northern Yao's aura. In an instant, this vast territory was filled with demonic chi. One after another, it was like a peerless demonic god. Blood essence soared into the heavens. Countless scales on its body burned, shining like tens of thousands of small suns. Boom! The void exploded, and the world became a blur. That kind of terrifying deterrence swept across all directions and charged straight at Su Yan. "Do I need to be arrogant to kill you? Northern Yao, I'm already here. Why aren't you coming forward?" Su Yan stood between heaven and earth with his hands behind his back. His aura had also changed. Light spewed out from his pores. It was like the light of calamity that flew out from purgatory. It majestically filled the world. The energy fluctuations were comparable to an ocean. The two formless auras collided. The sturdy mountains were destroyed one after another. Countless ancient trees were turned into ashes. Even the rivers evaporated on their own. The majestic sun, moon, and stars in the sky seemed to tremble along with it. "I can't take it anymore." Many people cried out in fear. Was this the power of a powerful expert? The light that leaked out shook the world. The two terrifying domains interweaved together, forming a world-destroying tide. It swept through all directions and shook the heaven and earth. Their figures were resplendent and brilliant. Although they were separated by tens of thousands of li, they seemed to have collided with each other. In an instant, the mountains and seas collapsed. The sun and moon sank. Boom! The great battle came too suddenly. It erupted just like that. There wasn't a single superfluous word. Both sides could feel each other's strength. They were all exuding the conviction to kill their opponent. In an instant, a great crack stretched across tens of thousands of li. The scene of destruction even expanded rapidly in all directions. It was as if it was going to stretch across tens of thousands of li. It formed a heavenly diagram of the great Tao of destruction. The two blazing shadows became even more blazing. Between them, there was a super strong force field that formed a tornado that could destroy the world. It emitted a monstrous momentum as it collided with each other with a terrifying degree. It was simply like two cosmic comets colliding. The momentum shook the heaven and earth. The dome of heaven collapsed. 10 directions of territory sank. The entire world seemed to be heading toward destruction. Pooh! Large amounts of experts flew out in unison. It turned out that they thought they were powerful enough. They thought they could watch the battle from a close distance. In the end, the energy ripples from their collision swept through all directions. These people couldn't endure it at all. There were people who cried out miserably. Their bodies even showed signs of collapse. They fled in fear. Run quickly. The area of 100,000 li was in chaos. Large amounts of experts fled for their lives. This was a battle at the peak. Heaven and earth were in chaos. All types of resplendent light surged, disturbing the peace of the world. It was so suffocating that it was difficult to bear. Su Yan, hand over your life. The northern evil released a loud roar. His blood and chi surged. He who was at the peak of the deity domain was even more intimidating than a peak heavenly deity. His fists released heaven collapsing light. The aura of a demonic god pierced through the great universe, covering heaven and earth as he attacked Su Yan. It was as if the northern evil was pushing out a universe of demonic gods. He unleashed a series of great killing techniques. Every great technique had a demonic god's projection. They emitted heaven-shattering power. 9 demonic god strikes. The spectators in the distance were all shocked. The battle had just begun, but it had already evolved to a white-hot degree. The northern evil's aura swallowed the starry skies. He had the mentality to kill Su Yan. In an instant, he unleashed the 9 demonic god strikes. 9 great divine abilities were unleashed by him at lightning speed. The dome of heaven was blasted apart, and a moon fell from the universe. The northern evil is too terrifying. As expected of a supreme being, he unleashed 9 great divine abilities in an instant. This kind of foundation can really look down on those of the same generation. The great figures who were watching the battle outside were all moved. The 9 great divine abilities swept through the heavens. It could be said that they were 9 layers of world-destroying divine light. They wanted to obliterate all the kings and kill all the enemies in the world. Wong, just as everything was about to engulf Su Yan, in the next moment, heaven and earth changed color. It became a blur. Boundless primal chaos essence was sucked clean. Following that, the universe was evaporated. The world sank into darkness and deathly stillness. In the next moment, the world became extremely resplendent. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Kill! Su Yan roared. His flesh shell was like an immortal furnace, overflowing with resplendent light. He punched out. Behind him, numerous blazing suns appeared. The solar fist exploded. It was enough to burn the mountains and boil the seas. It was enough to evaporate the universe's oceans. With a punch, tens of thousands of suns filled the sky, looking down on everything. The 2 great experts' auras swallowed the heavens and dominated the world. This was a peerless collision. The clouds in all directions were blasted apart. The vast expanse of land shook. All kinds of calamitous light flew across the mountains and crushed them. In the ever-changing world, the 2 shadows exuded an invincible aura. It shocked the world. Su Yan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The 9 demonic god strikes were blasted apart by the solar fist. Could it be that a new supreme being had appeared out of nowhere? Su Yan, you are still not enough to fight with me. The battle blood that he hadn't felt for a long time began to burn. At this moment, the northern fiend's radiance was boundless. His expression was cold and domineering. He was extremely conceited. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Yan. A blood-colored demon blade also fell into the northern fiend's hand. The blade radiance illuminated the world in a dark red color. This was a scene of blood covering the sun. The scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. It was a very shocking scene. Today, this daddy came to let you see reality clearly. Don't act as if you are invincible under the heavens. I will still kill you. Su Yan's eyes shone with divine light. A blazing immortal iron staff appeared in his hand. It set off his majestic appearance. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on this place. It emitted a suffocating fluctuation. Su Yan, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you think you have the ultimate strength? The northern fiend laughed loudly. He became even colder. Moreover, the blood-colored demon blade in his hand became even more resplendent and sharp. It could easily split open the heavens. How long? In the end, this demon blade surged with blood-colored light. It shot out on its own and forcefully tore apart the stars in the universe. It released a peerless blade radiance that could split gods and devils. It filled the entire place, and everything was about to collapse. This is the demon god's heavenly blade. The great figures who were watching the battle from outside were shocked. Could it be that the northern fiend cultivated that unrivaled technique and wants to use Su Yin as a sacrifice? The one who understands reality is you. Take a blade from me, and you will be eliminated. The blood-colored demon blade streaked across the sky. Everyone felt as if the sun, moon, and stars in the sky were being sliced down. This blade was too terrifying. It was as if the universe was being sliced apart. The 100,000 zhong long blood-colored blade radiance split open the starry sky. The instant it slashed down, all life was about to be wiped out. Who do you think you are? Today I will crush you, Su Yin shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was intimidating. He held the immortal iron staff with one hand and smashed it out. Killing intent covered the world. It was as if waves of killing intent flew down from the outer realm and surged forward. Chapter 872. The blood demon blade soared through the sky. Since it was called the demon god Heavenly Blade, it naturally had its terrifying and unique points. Demon god Heavenly Blade. Just from the sharpness of this weapon, it was easy to refine it into a peerless divine king's weapon. It was Northern Yao's life divine weapon that he had poured his heart and soul into. He had refined all sorts of rare materials, and the price he had paid was shocking. After all, he was a #1 king of the Fiend region. He had a high status in the Fiend region and had the right to use all sorts of rare resources to refine treasures. Of course, Demon God Heavenly Blade was not terrifying only because of this point, but also because of its uniqueness. Light Demon God Heavenly Blade slashed down with a blood-colored blade light, terrifying enough to split open the starry sky. The instant it slashed down, a huge crack appeared in the ground, forming a terrifying rift valley that could sink in at any moment. One has to know that this was the Chaos Ruins. The ground was extremely hard, but the Demon God Heavenly Blade's blade light had already split open the boundless earth. This was a scene of the earth riddled with holes before it even struck down. When this blood-colored blade light truly slashed down, everyone felt as if their bodies and souls were being destroyed. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Northern Yao's true strength had already shocked the world. He was worthy of being the #1 overlord of the Fiend region's younger generation. However, in this world of blade energy, a heavy aura suddenly erupted, crushing the distant spectators, causing their bodies to tremble as if they were about to cave in. This made them tremble in fear. What kind of power was this to be able to affect so deeply? Dong! That resplendent staff was brought out by Su Yin. The immortal iron staff was incomparably resplendent, suppressing all living things. It contained the most domineering power, awakened by Su Yan's furious battle intent, and began to erupt with a peerless power that could destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How long? This staff was unstoppable, breaking apart the blood-colored blade light that could split open the sky and split the sea. Although the immortal iron staff was severely damaged, it was enough to help Su Yin become like a tiger that had grown wings. A great battle erupted. The vast territory shook violently. Mountains and rivers were destroyed, crumbling apart. The blood-colored demon blade soared through the sky, held by Northern Yao. Blade after blade, it hacked down on Su Yin. The immortal iron staff released an earth-shattering power. Staff after staff collided with the demon god's heavenly saber. Rumble, deafening noises that soared into the sky reverberated throughout the vast territory. The noises were loud enough to penetrate through the mountains and produce astonishing destructive power. People even suspected that this wasn't a battle between peak deities, but a world-shaking battle between peak deities. Su Yan's foundation was slightly inferior. His God Spirit domain had only reached the peak of level 6. However, after fusing with the primal chaos source Qi, he was able to make up for the difference of a few minor levels. It was enough for him to fight a decisive battle against the North Yao. Of course, this was the strongest enemy Su Yin had ever faced since he started cultivating. No matter how strong Shui Guan and the others were, they still hadn't fully matured. Meanwhile, The northern demon had been famous for many years and was a supreme being. He was enough for Su Yin to go all out. Between the heavens and the earth, the saber light and the rod shadows were surging with great momentum. It was as if the golden age of prosperity had been overturned as it charged towards the apex. Too strong. Madman Su can really fight against the supreme being. Although the battle had just begun, Su Yin had already displayed enough battle strength. His prestige was even greater. Just like that, a supreme being was born. He stood at the apex of his generation and looked down on the world. The expressions of the various races in the ancestral hall were extremely gloomy. They didn't expect Su Yin to explode with such power. He was facing the North Yao. Even if he could fight with the North Yao for over 100 rounds, he was definitely an incredible young overlord. But now, since the start of the battle, they had already clashed for over 100 times. Su Yin became more and more courageous as he fought. His aura could devour the heavens, and he was extremely domineering. The weapons in their hands burned even more fiercely and fiercely. The blood-red demon god heavenly saber slashed through the air, enough to shatter a chaotic star. It went straight for Su Yin's neck, wanted to cut his head off. Su Yin tilted his body to avoid the demon god heavenly saber's peerless sharpness. At the same time, his immortal iron staff appeared and slashed towards the North Yao's chest. "Come and fight me." The North Yao roared. The universe trembled. The roar was too fierce, as if it was splitting open the heavens. He waved the blood-red demon saber at the immortal iron staff. The moment the two treasures collided, they both exploded with their strongest close combat strength. The boundless essence blood released by each other began to clash. Everything exploded. The scene was too terrifying. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were collapsing here. "Kill!" Su Yin roared. His hair fell down like a waterfall. The essence blood in his body surged into the heavens. His moves were grand as he pressed forward. He was majestic and majestic. Every time he raised his hand, he emitted a peerless strength that could suppress his peers. His terrifying physical strength awakened as he charged towards the North Yao. Heavens! The entire place was in an uproar. Who didn't know that the Yao race cultivators had powerful physical bodies? They were the overlords of their peers. But Su Yin actually dared to fight the North Yao in close combat. Did he want to die? Even if Su Yin's physical body was powerful, could it really compare to the North Yao's body? The entire world seemed to calm down. As the two treasures collided, they released a torrential fist aura. A series of head-on clashes erupted. Su Yin punched out again and again, pulling at the boundless essence blood in his body. Immeasurable great Tao strength. After 3 consecutive punches, his aura soared to the peak. Finally, everyone saw Su Yin roar. The sun, moon, and stars trembled. The power of the Milky Way from the 9 heavens poured down. This was the moment when he truly punched out. Everyone seemed to see the sea of stars pour down. Countless stars revolve around Su Yin, making him seem like an unrivaled god of war. Eldest senior brother. Many Hokuto disciples rushed over from the 3rd channel. They were extremely excited. This was the strongest technique of the Big Dipper Star region, the Big Dipper Fist. Now Su Yin had unleashed it. In the 3rd channel, he had unleashed the most powerful technique of Hokuto's last universal era. The boundless power of the Milky Way was drawn by Su Yin, piercing through his fist. Kill. It was like the great Emperor star that flew out from the last universal era. His fist technique was immeasurable. 10,000 stars resonated. He was invincible. Who can withstand these 3 punches? Madman Su is too strong. In the past, people thought that he couldn't compete with the supreme beings. But now, they can see that Madman Su already has an unrivaled combat strength that can look down on his peers. That's right. Although we found out a little late, I feel that King Flash and the others really don't have the qualifications to stand in the same realm as Su Yin. Countless experts cried out in surprise. They were all frightened by the power of the 3 punches. No one expected Su Yan's physical body to be so ridiculously strong. The world was turning blurry, and 100,000 miles around him rippled with a peerless, ferocious light that belonged to him. The moment the three punches rushed toward the Northern Demon, the Northern Demon's divine ability was also fully unleashed. People could see a condensed land of the demon region lying at the end of the world. The aura of the Demon King filled the air. Countless figures stood there, as if countless experts of the demon region were standing there. If the Northern Demon is really the master of the demon region and has the Demon Emperor's seal, Su Yin thought to himself. He thought back to the Demon Emperor's seal that Bao Kai had comprehended in the past. There were a total of 9 seals, and they represented the strongest divine ability of the 9 supreme beings of the demon region. How strong was this secret art when used? It was really unimaginable. Just the divine ability that the Northern Demon used was like a projection of the demon region descending into the world. Boom! In an instant, the place was shattered. Everything was heading toward nothingness. Some people saw the Big Dipper fist smash through the projection of the demon region. But at the same time, the shadows of the experts of the demon region were also present, exuding an unparalleled killing intent, densely covering Su Yan's body, wanting to destroy him. 10,000 demons descending. This is the ultimate technique of the demon region. I didn't expect them to explode with such a strong foundation in such a short time. This shows that the enemies they encountered were strong enough. From this, we can see Su Yan's battle prowess. As expected of the strongest of the younger generation of the demon region, he can look down on the world. Many people breathed heavily. This was the inherited secret art of the demon region. 10,000 demons descending. When the secret art was used, it could suppress all kings. It was a truly unparalleled ultimate technique. Everyone present was suffocating. The Big Dipper fist and 10,000 demons descending were both ranked in the heavens and were known as unparalleled ultimate techniques. The 2 divine abilities and secret arts were released. Endless light shone, as if they represented the ultimate collision of 2 great orthodoxies. Everyone saw the projection of the demon region being pierced through, and the 10,000 demons destroying the power of the Sea of Stars, protecting Su Yin. At the same time, the power of the 2 ultimate techniques bombarded each other's bodies. Blood splattered. The secret arts of the heavens had been used, so no one was surprised that they were injured. But when the 2 streaks of blood splattered, everyone was shocked. The Northern Demon had been injured. Could it be that Su Yin had the ability to fight to the death with the supreme being of the heavens? The sky was filled with smoke and dust. Rocks and earth surged, and destructive ripples rippled out. When the heart-trembling pressure dissipated, the scene of the battle became much clearer. Many people had a headache because they saw a bloody hole the size of a bowl in the Northern Demon's chest. Blood flowed out. Su Yan's fist had almost pierced through his heart. Meanwhile, blood flowed out from Su Yan's mouth. He had suffered some internal injuries from the power of the 10,000 demons. But it was impossible to tell whose injuries were more serious, because they had revived once again, and they were even more blazing and flourishing. The unfathomable reserves in their bodies were ignited. Boom! Su Yan's killing intent was like an ocean, surging without end. He descended from the heavens, stepping on the universe's wilderness. His corporeal body was like a giant mountain, pressing down here to suppress the kings and trample the Northern Demon. Bastard! The Northern Demon was enraged. His scales suddenly burst into flames. He gathered his blood essence and wanted to overturn Su Yin. Su Yin's eyes were cold. He descended from the heavens, releasing the most terrifying power. His entire body poured down with the light of 10,000 Daos, forming a universe of 10,000 Daos. It was ancient and terrifying, emitting an unfathomable source of energy. I'm speechless. I missed one yesterday. Chapter 873. Su Yin looked majestic and domineering. His blood-stained hair danced in the wind as he unleashed his powerful physique, emitting the power of the great Tao. At that moment, every movement of his gave off an immeasurable power. It was like a vast domain that resonated with all the Taos. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Many people's expressions changed. What was this? Su Yin actually seized the initiative and descended from the sky. He looked like he was going to suppress the North Yao. This scene was unbearable for the experts of the demon region. One after another, the big shots in the outside world were enraged. If the North Yao couldn't even kill Su Yin, it would be a loss to their reputation. After all, Su Yin had surpassed them. In the era when Su Yin had just risen, the North Yao had almost stepped into the realm of deities. In just 20 years, Su Yin had already reached the realm of deities. At that moment, he was emitting a terrifying, domineering aura. He wanted to suppress the North Yao directly. This attitude made the faces of the kings of the ancestral hall turn gloomy. Su Yin actually had the mentality of suppressing a supreme. This was incredible. After all, it was already very impressive to be able to fight against a supreme. But now, Su Yin wanted to suppress a supreme being. This kind of courage caused the killing intent in their hearts to surge. Boom! The whole world turned blurry. Everyone thought that the North Yao would forcefully destroy this situation and make Su Yin recognize reality. After all, they were all supreme. No one should be arrogant. No one should kill the other. However, Su Yin's light was blurry and mysterious. It was as if a grand world was being reorganized. Su Yin had evolved it to the level of defying the heavens. Roar. Facing this unfathomable domain power, the North Yao recovered its peak strength. Its entire body was bathed in divine light. All of its scales burned and spat out all kinds of dazzling blade light that wanted to cut this world apart. Su Yin didn't underestimate the North Yao's strength. At its peak, it was like an overlord that could break the heavens. Unfortunately, the North Demon had met Su Yin. He had met Su Yin, who had cultivated the myriad Daos and used the primal chaos origin Qi as his foundation. Now that Su Yin's battle prowess had been fully activated, the unfathomable light of 10,000 Daos came crashing down from the sky, suppressing all the chaotic energy and matter in an attempt to suppress the North Demon. What great Tao is that? Many spectators were surprised and bewildered. It was as if they'd seen a grand, flourishing age being reorganized. A myriad of lights of the great Tao were burning, and they were hidden within an expanse of chaos while emitting various terrifying lights. The myriad Daos returned to the eye of the primal chaos sea. The moment they appeared, they were blurry and mysterious. All kinds of blurry, celestial bodies, great calamities, the sun, moon, rivers, mountains, and everything in nature were released in the primal chaos. The power of the Book of Beginnings erupted, and the world seemed to have returned to a distant point. It was as if the world had returned to the beginning of the primordial chaos. The light of 10,000 Daos that were born within it was like the most powerful divine power of the great Tao in the world, and it suppressed the entire scene. Kill! Su Yin let out a long roar. His heroic bearing shocked the world as he attacked downwards with a tyrannical rend. The entire area trembled continuously as the light of destruction was born. The vast expanse of land was shattered, and dense black cracks were revealed. It was difficult for the spectators to see the battlefield clearly, but it was definitely extremely fierce. Blood splattered everywhere, and the furious roars of the North Demon could be heard. This battle revealed all kinds of killing power, and it was even more shocking than the scene of an exploding furnace. Not good. The North Demon is being suppressed. Madman Su is too terrifying. Could it be that he can kill a supreme? The North Demon is about to be defeated, and the tables have turned. Who knows? Su Yan's secret technique is extremely strange. It's like a divine king's domain, and it's filled with unfathomable pressure. Even space-time treasures can't see what's happening inside. Su Yan, what kind of great Tao has he cultivated? Why can't we see through it? Even the major figures of the various races in the outside world were trembling in fear. How could this be? The North Demon and Su Yan had already encountered each other, But the process told them that the North Demon was being suppressed, beaten to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. This scene caused the demon race experts to be shocked and furious. They really didn't expect Su Yin to be so strong, and they also didn't expect the North Demon to be suppressed. Everything was about to break out of their control. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar exploded, shaking the Chaos Dao, and the sound waves penetrated the domain. Some shocking scenes appeared. The North Demon was beaten until his entire body was covered in blood. In this unique domain, Su Yin was still peerlessly domineering. Every breath he took caused the surroundings to rumble, and he absorbed the divine energy of heaven and earth to replenish his losses. Open for me. The North Demon roared, and his domineering aura filled the entire area. Everyone saw a huge, ferocious beast appear behind him. It was a Qilin divine beast, and it was incomparably majestic. It stood between heaven and earth, and its demon god aura was dense. As the Qilin roared, it shook the starry sky, and many stars were shaken to the ground. This kind of unparalleled power truly shocked the world. The Northern Demon was indeed the Northern Demon. He used his trump card, the Qilin's secret technique, and his roar shook the stars in the sky, causing cracks to appear on the myriad Dao domain. The North Demon was covered in blood, but his ferocious aura was even stronger. He didn't expect to be trapped by Su Yin, and his eyes were filled with cruelty and savagery. Su Yin thought to himself. The battle with the North Demon made him realize his own weakness. If he could use the Chaos Dao freely, the North Demon wouldn't have been able to escape. With his peerless power, he could suppress the North Demon until he couldn't even raise his head. Cultivation can only be done with the help of treasures. Next, I need to rely on myself. I still need to continue cultivating in the God realm. I'm still some distance away from becoming a god. Looks like I need to fight a bloody battle. Only then can I nurture the myriad Dao. This chaos channel is just right for me. Su Yin muttered in his heart. He thought that the primal chaos source Qi could nurture the myriad Dao, but in the battle with the North Demon, he realized his weakness. A very fatal weakness. Su Yin, we've fought for so long. It's time to decide the victor. The North Demon was bathed in blood. At this moment, his killing intent surged into the heavens. The Qilin behind him roared into the sky. Qilin's secret technique. The expressions of the many big shots in the outside world changed. The battlefield was covered by sound waves. The North Demon exploded with his most invincible power. He used the Qilin's secret technique to create a killing technique that filled the entire battlefield. Tens of thousands of sound waves swept over, and the vast territory couldn't help but be torn apart. In the face of such a peerless attack, Su Yan's eyes widened. The murderous aura in his body covered the sky and earth. With an angry laugh, he roared out streams of golden air currents that instantly filled the sky. Moo! A golden iron bull that was as huge as a mountain drilled out from Su Yan's back. It let out a bull's roar that caused the void to tremble and tear apart. The starry sky was shaken by the roar. Qilin against the golden iron bull. It was as if the two supreme beings of the demon region were fighting. The sound waves collided with each other, causing the sky to be torn apart and the earth to be in chaos. Hurry up and leave this place. The battle is getting more and more terrifying. Once it reaches us, we won't be able to survive. Some people coughed out blood. The blood in their bodies was surging, and their eardrums were about to be torn apart. They were all scared. The two supreme beings of the younger generation were using their strongest trump cards to fight with sound waves. The range of their attacks was extremely vast. Boom! In the end, heaven and earth trembled. Huge black cracks appeared in the starry sky. The world was heading towards destruction. In the blurry world, people could see that Su Yin was still as strong as ever. He stood at his peak and didn't show any signs of decline. We must kill him. The eyes of the various races in the ancestral hall were filled with killing intent. The race of the burial region had a heaven-defying talent that had risen to become a supreme being. This was the birth of a peak-level expert. If they didn't get rid of this person, The future would be unimaginable. Give me your life. The North Beast was completely enraged. The demonic god heavenly saber in his hand was so bright that it was about to shatter the starry sky. He brought out his strongest trump card. His arcane energy surged into the sky, causing the demonic god heavenly saber to shine brightly. It reached 10,000 zhong and rippled out wave after wave of heaven-splitting power. This blood-red demonic saber emitted a demonic aura that made people not dare to look at it directly. Every time its aura circulated, the power of the demonic saber would rise by a level. Heavens, the 9 sabers of the demonic god, a secret technique that specializes in killing kings of the same generation. The 9 sabers of the demonic god. It requires a huge amount of godly energy to support it. I wonder how many sabers the North Beast can unleash. Many of the great figures who were watching the battle outside stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. The 9 sabers of the demonic god was a secret technique that was said to be invincible under the divine king. This technique had been passed down for a very long time. No one would have thought that the North Beast could master the 9 sabers of the demonic god at such a young age. Slash! The North Beast roared as he waved the demonic god heavenly saber. Terrifying saber light poured down one after another like a blood-red river of stars. The North Beast slashed out a total of 8 sabers. It was as if 8 blood-red dragons had come out of the abyss. The sky shattered, and the stars in the universe trembled. The world began to tremble. Everyone was stunned by this sky-splitting killing intent. Heavens! Everyone present was in an uproar. The North Beast had slashed out 8 of the 9 sabers of the demonic god. This level of arcane energy made them feel despair. It was too unbelievable. The demonic god heavenly saber specializes in killing kings of the same generation. Our North Beast has slashed out 8 times. Su Yin, you better leave your head behind. The North Beast expert roared. His eyes rippled with excitement. He felt that the outcome was certain. Su Yin would definitely not be able to escape from the 8 sabers of the demonic god. Some people even felt that the blood-red saber light was like a blood-red guillotine that specialized in killing kings of the same generation. Everything was shattered. This was a terrifying scene. The 9 sabers of the demonic god had been used. They did not believe that Su Yin could still survive. This was the North Beast trump card. It specialized in killing kings of the same generation. The North Beast is invincible. The North Beast followers cried out excitedly. They all saw the world blur as Su Yan's figure was drowned out. His head was about to be chopped off. However, just as everything was about to reach Su Yan, a blazing brilliance was born within the blood-red saber light. In a world covered by the blood-red saber light, tens of thousands of golden afterimages swept across the blood-red light. One after another, the power of the heavens spread out like lightning, causing the mountains and seas to roar. The vast territory trembled. A supreme power that could seal the heavens began to pour out. Dong! Su Yin waved his immortal iron staff. The universe trembled and rumbled with it. The blood-red light that covered the sky collapsed. A huge hole was blasted open in the starry sky. Everyone seemed to have seen a heaven-splitting Overlord rush out of the blood-red abyss. He waved his immortal iron staff again. It was as if the heavens were suppressing down. It was terrifying. Chapter 874. This is... The expert from the Northern Goblin tribe suddenly stood up and said angrily, "This is a strange, secret technique. Su Yin, you cheated. Cheating." The big shots who were entrenched in the outside world were all shocked. They had a new understanding of the Tao and Tao of the strange gate that Su Yin had mastered. No one had thought that Su Yin would actually cultivate this Tao to such a level. Sky-subduing staff formation. The face of the old grandmaster from the Han family turned gloomy. He had been paying attention to Su Yin, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The topography scripture that the clan had been dreaming of was in Su Yan's hands. The Han family was determined to get it. Once they got the topography scripture, the Han family's future status would be completely different. We have to get it. This concerns the rise and fall of the Han family, and it all depends on Su Yin. The Han family's grandmaster's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was ready to greet his old friends from the Dao Temple to see if they could suppress Su Yin. In short, no matter the price, the Han family had to get the terrain chapter. That way, the Han family could produce an 8th-rank grandmaster. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a purgatory world. The aura of the array swept across a radius of 100,000 miles. Everyone felt that this area was completely being controlled by Su Yin. It could be said that the moment Su Yin swung the immortal iron staff, the power of heaven and earth was awakened. It was like a terrifying divine king's force field. What a terrifying wave! Who can block such a powerful force? All the spectators were frightened. They saw the sea of stars sinking and the earth rising. Heaven and earth were about to become one. Su Yan's immortal iron staff began to charge at the North Demon. This was a killing move. The sky-subduing staff formation was a lost technique. Now, it was shining brightly in Su Yan's hands. It was releasing a peerless and terrifying power. Roar! The North Demon sensed danger. He didn't have time to think. As the momentum of heaven and earth was about to suppress him, the North Demon raised his head and roared. The blood-colored demon blade in his hand suddenly emitted a blade light that seemed to split open an ancient universe. 9 blades of the demon god. He roared. The immortal sacrifice burned his strongest foundation, causing the demon god's heavenly blade to shine brightly. The blood-colored demon blade slowly changed, turning into a blood-colored evil dragon. It was shaped like a guillotine, a peerless guillotine that could cut down all kings in the world. The experts of the myriad races were in an uproar. They had actually fought to this extent. The northern demon had used the demonic god heavenly blade 9 times. This legendary secret technique was awakening here. The entire demonic god heavenly blade turned into a blood-colored guillotine that was about to cleave apart the gods and devils in the sky. Give me your life. The 2 powerhouses emitted a monstrous killing intent. Their roars split the sky, and their auras were terrifying. Su Yin brandished the immortal iron staff. The North Demon was like a blood-colored evil dragon that reached out for 10,000 li. In short, this territory completely exploded, everything destroyed. It couldn't withstand the shockwaves of their battle at all. The great figures in the outside world didn't even dare breathe loudly. This battle was too important. Even this type of extreme art was released. As for who would win and who would lose, it would be clear soon. 9 blades of the demon god against the sky-subduing staff formation. They activated 2 great historical divine abilities, fully deserving of being young overlords. They were unmatched in their generation, possessing extreme strength. This strike seemed to have sacrificed all of their foundations. All types of magnificent radiance scattered outwards, overturning rivers and seas. The sun and moon lost their radiance. What made everyone tremble was that Su Yin was majestic and imposing. His head of long black hair danced about like a waterfall. He was exceptionally terrifying, filled with the will to suppress all kings in the world. At the final juncture, his ferocious strength was exceptional. He stirred up boundless heaven and earth energy. It was as if he was lifting up a universe, crushing downwards. Kill! Su Yin roared angrily. The immortal iron staff crushed everything. The blazing staff smashed down. The 10,000 li long, blood-colored guillotine trembled, directly shattering. The boundless territory was smashed down, as if the heavens were about to collapse. One staff to decide the universe. The Fiend region experts were in despair. They saw the Fiend god's heavenly blade tremble, producing cracks. This staff smashed down on the Fiend god's heavenly blade. The peerless power shook the North Demon until blood spurted out from his pores. His entire arm cracked. He released a mournful cry, because the Fiend god's heavenly blade was about to shatter. The immortal iron staff was about to smash down on his head. The world seemed to have entered a state of peace. All of the spectators' fine hairs stood on end. What were they seeing? One staff to decide the universe. This staff suppressed the North Demon, shattering his legend of invincibility. It made his precious body spurt out blood, even some bone fragments spurting out. This was simply a staff to kill the North Demon. Cheating, he's cheating. The North Demon experts roared angrily, trying to explain for the North Demon. However, this explanation was weak and powerless. Could it be that the mystic gates were not cultivators? Many people were silent. The experts of the Ancestral Hall were also silent. Su Yan's staff had smashed through the path ahead, opening up a path of invincibility. At this moment, in the third passage, a resplendent star soared into the sky. At this moment, Su Yan's glory was boundless. The entire world was shocked. He slaughtered his way to a peerless demeanor, slaughtering his way to an invincible battle strength. In the past, the cultivators who worshipped Su Yan were fanatical. Su Yan had broken an unspoken rule. Every generation of young overlords came from the Peak clans. However, Su Yan's rise completely broke this rule. It was a reversal of the situation. Su Yan's battle with the North Demon had pushed his prestige to the peak. Some people were even trembling. Would the North Demon be beaten to death by Su Yan? Facing the vast divine might, the unchangeable trend of the universe, the peerless source of power, the North Demon didn't have time to think or be shocked. The demon god Heavenly Saber in his hand had already begun to crack. It was about to be crushed to pieces. Dying. Su Yan's eyes were cold as he lowered his head to look at the Northern Demon. He was majestic and filled with a domineering aura. He used all his strength to lift the celestial iron rod, and the demon god's heavenly blade shattered. Just as this unimaginable suppressive force was about to completely envelop the North Demon. I will kill you. The North Demon was in a desperate situation. His blood-stained body burned. His eyes turned into vortexes, containing the fury of a mortal enemy. His originally flat forehead suddenly surged with fluctuations that caused all life in the universe to tremble. Su Yan is dead for sure. He forced the North Demon to use his ultimate move. The generals under the North Demon's command all growled. This was the ultimate move the North Demon used to conquer the world and fight against the various supremes. They really did not expect Su Yan to be able to reach such a level. Su Yan frowned. He was very clear that the North Demon's ultimate move was between his eyebrows. Su Yan really wanted to see how strong the North Demon's third eye was. Wong! Suddenly, just as the immortal iron staff pulled the momentum of the universe and was about to completely destroy the demon god Heavenly Saber, strands of light shot out one after another. It was as if the primordial chaos was born. My eye! Many spectators felt as if they were being pierced by the light. Even the space-time secret treasures were dyed white. It was extremely difficult to see the real scene. Everyone's faces changed, because the universe was shaking. It was as if a heavenly eye had opened in the primordial chaos. More accurately, it was just a vertical eye. The moment this vertical eye opened, the sun and moon cried out. A huge crack appeared in the void. Boom! Between heaven and earth, there was a thunderous sound. That was a vertical eye. It was extremely terrifying. Inside the golden vertical eye, the stars were destroyed. The sun and moon were destroyed. What a terrifying scene this was. It was as if the heaven and earth had just opened and a true God's third eye was born. It was as if the eyes of the heavens were observing the mortal world. It made all the living beings in the universe feel uneasy, as if the end of the universe had arrived. The big shots of the various races in the outside world were all stunned. Was this the North Demon's strongest move? Innate divine eye? As its vertical eye opened and closed, the heavens and earth flickered, and even the boundless space began to distort and shatter. What a terrifying power! If this vertical eye were to open in a crowd, a group of living beings would definitely explode into pieces along with it. Su Yan, I will definitely die. The North Demon roared in anger. This was his hidden ultimate move, and it was actually forced out by Su Yan. Kill! He roared angrily. The vertical eye between his brows opened wide. It was like the heaven's eye of doomsday. A stream of air gushed out. At first, it was very calm, but the moment it flowed out from the vertical eye, the air rushed out like a bull. In an instant, a terrifying crack appeared. These great void cracks were extremely abnormal and ridiculous. Su Yin used the immortal iron staff to create a crack in the momentum of heaven and earth. The light shone on Su Yin. Even someone as strong as Su Yan's body showed signs of exploding. What a terrifying heaven's eye! The North Demon was born with the heaven's eye. This is his ultimate move and trump card. The North Demon is too strong. He has exceeded my expectations. As expected of a supreme being, the expressions of the experts from the various peak races turned serious. The North Beast had really hidden his strength well. The vertical eye between his eyebrows was truly terrifying. It was like the light of calamity from the beginning of chaos. It was like the eye of doomsday. The divine light that shot out suppressed the world and cracked a corner of the momentum. That boundless killing intent suppressed all the light in the world. At this moment, Su Yan's body twisted. Under the light of the eye, it was as if he was imprisoned in purgatory. His body was heading toward destruction and death. This is your trump card. Su Yan's messy hair fluttered. His precious body erupted with the primordial power of heaven and earth. His entire body turned into a great Tao divine furnace, nurturing 10,000 Taos into one. Su Yan's entire body seemed to have turned into the eye of the primal chaos. He emitted an immortal might. His body rumbled, and it was as if tens of thousands of lightning bolts were crackling in his chest. They transmitted a grand sound that was magnificent to the extreme. This was the activation of the primordial heavenly sutra. Su Yin was like the embodiment of the great Tao, eternally indestructible. To kill or not to kill, this opportunity is not easy to come by. Su Yin secretly clenched his fists. The North Demon had used all his abilities. This battle would definitely determine life and death. With the power of the primordial heavenly sutra, he was confident that he could pierce through the North Demon and destroy his invincible legend. He would destroy the number one young Overlord of the demon region. However, Su Yin hesitated. If he killed the North Demon, what would happen to the Baokai? In the future, the Baokai would return with the banners of demons and kill the North Demon legitimately. Only then would it be legitimate. Everyone, please forgive me. Also, the Emperor's only reader group is 743382394. Everyone is welcome to join. Baidu Search 81 Chinese website. No advertisement.